I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. Don't turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Niger boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. A legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know. Breaking status quo, reaping what I sow. Artistry like Van Gogh, get it from my mama hip, so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, stay where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alfred.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alfred.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for being here with me. And I just wanted to put up our disclaimers again. I put them in the beginning of the show. Thank you, Chuchi. And no dark hashtag no dark triads, right? Hashtag no dark triads. And thank you, Chuchi, so much. Gail, thank you so much for the green and blue hearts. Yes, we're going to talk a little bit about Devlin tonight. The question kind of goes for Devlin too, right? I put a Q&A for us and you guys had some great answers. Like I said, I got Hope coming in hot with all three, the trifecta, right? Corruption and money is a big one. I think money is in part why this has gone on so long. I really do. I think it has a big part of it, and it's really from all sides. The cover up part too. I'm beginning to think, of course, I don't like to not back the blue. That's the hardest part. Because I don't want to get up here and tell you guys negative things about law enforcement who's supposed to be helping us. And, let's face it, if we have an emergency, if we have something that we need help with, we need to be able to call law enforcement and feel like they're going to do something, right? So it's a very horrible spot to be in, especially when I have a platform and I don't want to bash law enforcement. Sebastian's father is law enforcement. So I wouldn't want to bash him. Um, so yeah, it's strange. Um, and that's what kind of leads us to believe some of those things, and the mistrust, the distrust. That ain't no damn trash truck. I think that's what one of the guys on the street said to me when I was passing out flyers. That ain't no trash truck. And I was just telling him the story, hello, Countess of New England, good to see you. So, and thank you, Chuchi. Thank you so much for the purple hearts too for Crystal, and also the Eagles for Zach too. I talked to Zach's aunt a few days ago, and she is just one of the sweetest, most relentless people, looking for her family member. She just is amazing. Nancy Fleming, so good to see you. Thank you for being here. And we need the family to be involved, right? We need the family to reach out to the resources. We need the family to, stay in contact with the public. The police can't do that, right? But it's nice to give them a voice in the situation. They deserve to have that no matter what part of the family they're in. I think they deserve to have that. And some people don't feel as comfortable as other people, right? Some people want to be the one to talk for the family. Sometimes there's a spokesperson. I believe that's how maybe Elizabeth Smart's case was, is I think they had a public relations person to handle the media. Hope Float's good to see you. Riley Strain's folks also had someone as well to do that. Chuchi, thank you for answering the question. She says, I think what caused the circus in Sebastian Rogers' case is misinformation, LE not doing a proper protocol in the beginning and taking the feet's word for it, etc. So there's a lot of problems, right? Like a lot of things led to this. And I don't even think there's a right answer for this question. I just think there's probably many answers for this question. I think this is a great point. So the misinformation, what our brains automatically do when we can't figure something out that's tough, right? We have to read between the lines sometimes, but even so, we try to make sense of it in our brain. We try to reconcile it and make sense of things. And so sometimes when we don't have all the answers, that's where some speculation can come in, because we're just trying to figure it out, right? There's no malice or harm that can really be done by that. It's all good to put out, information. Where it becomes misinformation is when there's rumors being deliberately spread that are not true. Right? Now the truth hurts sometimes. Sometimes the truth is not easy. Sometimes being the one to tell the truth it's not easy being that person, right? Because a lot of times the truth is stranger than fiction, and sometimes it can even be very ugly, right? But in the same way, the truth matters, and that's the only way we'll get to the information and it not be misinformation. So following the facts. But in my opinion, Chris and Katie have pushed out a lot of that misinformation in the beginning, right? And that was just like Sebastian's demeanor, who Sebastian was as a person. Um, and I'm not trying to talk about him in past tense, but I'm saying who he was, like growing up and all of that, right? Where he was, um, like even mentally, right? They really downplayed Sebastian's abilities, and that was harmful in my opinion, because then we're not looking for the right person, right? We're looking for someone else. And I don't know if that was by design. If I get my tinfoil hat out, which I do often, I would say, yeah, maybe they meant to do that if they have involvement. Sure, I can see them trying to twist things around, and they have done that. They actually, I've caught them in doing that, right? And so, and many of you have. But I also think that when law enforcement did not properly handle this investigation, in my opinion, I'm not saying they don't have all the information. They probably have a lot of information, way more than any of us have. And factual information, right, based on evidence of things that are of evidentiary value. With us being the public, we're not held to that same standard. We can speculate, right? And we don't have to prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. But I think it's responsible for us to look at every avenue of a case and not just one thing or another. And if the facts change, then we have to go with what the facts are saying, right? So taking the feet's word for it is a big one. They thought Sebastian ran away, right? That's what they were telling law enforcement. Hey, Kelly, that's what they were telling everyone. Thank you, Chuchi. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Sped teacher says, what causes the circus in the Sebastian Rogers case is that Katie and Chris's story never adds up. There was a lot of holes in it, and the puzzle never fits. Well, and I think that's, again, Sped teacher, so well said. And, it does come down to us trying to make sense of it, right? Because it doesn't make sense. The truth makes sense. It's like, oh, okay, light bulb goes off, right? Because the truth is, it makes sense. Now, these nonsense stories back and forth and changing stories, that's what people are kind of keyed into, right? And it's difficult. Even the experts have said this about Chris and Katie, is that their story's not adding up, right? And so when we hear that from them and we say, oh, it's kind of validating, in that way, but also it's just our brains trying to figure it out because it's absolutely not making sense. Um, from the beginning, I wondered about their story, and then as time went on, I just realized, most of it's not true. It can't possibly be true, right? Because it just doesn't make any sense. Betty had a great show today where she was asking the internet, or AI, and even AI was saying her story was embellished. It was not, correct. It wasn't proper, right? It doesn't make sense even to the computer. So, and Deanna thinks it's all about the money. Yeah, and I think a lot of it does have to do with money because we kind of see that in the way that any of the hate channels have blown up, right? Like I'll go back to Grace's Gavel, right? Or just Minnie. She didn't even have a channel. I mean, we all have channels technically, but Grace had a channel where she was actually sharing out missing people's information. She would do stuff about the area where she lives and things like that. And it was a good channel. But then she realized that you can get further with the krama. And so, she jumped up in subscribers and they were dropping her links in all the hate channels. And that's how you get subscribers, is that you're nice to the bigger creators, right? And you kind of ones that you align with or agree with. And then, you guys network together, collab, but it helps you build your channel. And if somebody is a bigger channel and they see something in you, that's a good thing and they want to promote you, that's a good thing on YouTube, right? But it happens at the hate channels very easily. Even Minnie not having a channel or being a creator at all she did was sign up, to get a video editor, video maker, and now she's got, I don't know, probably 3,000 or so people, just brand new, right? And it's because she pushes hate, right? That's what sells, and that's not what we do over here. We will never do it. I mean it when I put in the beginning, no drama zone. When we say no dark triads, I just laugh at Chuchi because she makes me laugh, right? But those people they're monetizing off of being an asshole. I could monetize off of being an asshole, sure. Right? I'll just monetize on being an asshole. Why not? But at the end of the day, I could be doing so much better than that, talking about missing children's cases. And it's always been odd to me, Deanna, that they like to go to these channels where you wouldn't expect two seamen to go to, maybe in the other sense of the word. Hope Float says corruption, money, and cover up, the trifecta, right? I think it's all becoming more and more crystal clear, right? Seth said 55 days after Sebastian went missing, he realized that there was corruption. And I think that he's, thinking a cover up could be possible with that, with the corruption, along with the corruption, right? But I mean, just thinking about the word corruption, what it means, if there's dirty dealings being done, right, then who's to say that somebody wouldn't cover up for the proud fee? And that is my opinion, not Seth's. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that when he says 55 days in, I knew there was corruption. Well, we can see that. And when I saw that United Cajun Navy had not posted that, excuse me, but had talked about that openly, I thought that is absolutely calling out corruption, right? It just absolutely is. So Hope says I'm beginning to think the LE are the pineapples too, or pineapples too, just like Kirs and Katie. I mean, this is where our mind goes again. We're trying to make sense of this. Are they pineapples too? Like, Hope floats. I know. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? It makes you wonder. Hey, Joni, thanks for being here. I hope you guys stay warm. Yes. Okay, so I know that there's going to be some weather. On a side note, it's going to be weather, and yeah, I feel so bad for you guys because see, I'm in Florida and I feel like I'm bragging, but it's only 64 here, and I say only because it's usually warmer than that. But it's been getting cold overnight, so I can't imagine what you guys are gonna get. And I have not gotten snow, but I think like up by or Ocala probably gets a little bit of snow. I'm following the case from day one since 2024. Katie and Chris know exactly what happened to Sebastian. Katie holds the key to Sebastian's disappearance. I know, Sped Teacher, you've been in it from the beginning. I always remember you. A lot of us, or so, I should say, a lot of people have come just for Sebastian's case, like, because I'll ask people, well, what other true crime cases have you guys studied, or and people are like, Sebastian's the first case, or he brought me to YouTube, and for me, I honestly didn't think Sebastian would be missing this long. I thought hook, line, and sinker, they're gonna get these guys for what they did, in my opinion. It's very apparent, like I said, and then you have over the past 2 years, Sped Teacher, we've had all of those experts coming out telling us what we need to hear, I guess, because it seems like it falls on deaf ears, and I don't know why they're still able to walk around all cocky and do the things that they do just so blatantly and so brazenly, and there's no accountability. He's threatened so many. Chris Proudfoot has threatened so many people, it's not even funny. You know, it's actually so then you wonder, like, what's this guy got over who? Because I know not a lot of us would get away with acting like that. And I do believe they hold the key. Um, and in what the facts tell us in Sebastian Rogers' case is that all the doors were locked, all the windows, more importantly, were locked, because you can lock a door from the outside. But the most important detail there is that the windows were all locked. Every single one of them. Mr. Proudfoot himself said about his own residence that nothing was tampered with on the exterior of the home, right? And he's very adamant about another thing that doesn't make any sense at all. He says, "Oh, Sebastian definitely walked out the door though." Right? But there's also no camera footage of Sebastian walking out the door. Right? And we're going to get more into that tomorrow. I wasn't able to finish um my video. So, but we'll get into that a little bit later on why. Like I said, this is also a question for Devlin because the drama never helps, you know? Deanna. That's funny. That money, 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 money. Yeah, I can't play like too much of those. I can't play too much of those. Like I'm lucky I get away with that one. But it's because I did a mashup. Hey Bo, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hello, Cece. Hey Seth, good to see you. Thanks for being here. So, but yeah, it's amazing the amount of crap that can be started on these streets. And, you know, one thing I like about YouTube versus the mainstream media, one, you can see people talking about true crime cases all day, every day, right? It's kind of neat. You get a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different opinions. So it's nice, you know. And also I think people do more research. Um on the cases than is allowed for because when you're working for a network, obviously they're giving you the what to talk about and maybe you'll do some research on it, but then you present it, it gets okayed, whatever. I don't really know the process. I don't care to know it. I would never do that. I would never want to be in mainstream nothing telling me how to think or feel. But they're kind of held to that, right? We saw that with America's Most Wanted. Um, so I just think it's really a good resource. Just having online citizen sleuths, that's what we do all the time. And many of us are very passionate about it, and it's not something that we clock out from, right? And I'm not saying that police officers don't take their work home with them because I know they do. So I hope that doesn't get misconstrued. But we also have built a community of people that will share information with us, right? Where we can compare notes. And that's why I love Jen so much. And if you guys didn't get to catch my live with Jen last night, please go back and watch it. It was so good, right? Um, but I think it's a very awesome thing that we can all work towards a common goal together and work together in getting information, right? Like we can find a post online. Okay, we have this. Somebody said this. It's a very good thing, but we also have to use it in the right way for it to be effective. The drama back and forth causes it to not be effective anymore, in my opinion. And then it turns this child's case into a circus. And Sebastian Rogers does not deserve it. It's gotten so incredibly out of hand. Um, Seth, thank you for chiming in. He says, what also made it a circus is the false people trying to get their 5 minutes of fame. That's a big one, Seth. Thank you. Yeah, and I couldn't say it better myself. Like that hits because we've had bad actors, even in Devlin's case as well. Just trying to get on panels. Even if I was going to have his mom to come on and talk about, him on the panel, they wanted to go on a different panel and talk themselves. That's taking away from the that is taking away from the family being able to tell their side of things And I know that doesn't sound like, well, that's not a big deal, but it kind of is, right? Because then everybody else is over by Smiley's listening to a lady that's not related to him, that doesn't know him personally, or they can be listening to his mom talk. I mean, I know. And guys, we're going to go over some things that are going on with Jessica that I need to make sure that I can clear up, right? Because, upon some research, I realized that, there was things that Jessica was not being truthful with. But I'm also not like the grand uh wizard over here that people have to, tell me the truth always. Sometimes people don't tell the truth because they're scared. Sometimes people don't tell the truth because they're embarrassed. There's a lot of reasons why they might lie. Now, that doesn't bother me as much as, do you have involvement, and where is Devlin? Where is Sebastian? Right? That's what I care about. I could care less about anything else. So, but I know exactly what you're saying, Seth. Yeah. Or they want to make money off of, selling a keychain with the kids missing stuff on it. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're not promoting that here. Uh, Thanks, Seth. Angela says, in my opinion, law enforcement not providing reasonable updates in the manner in which they have treated Seth. I also believe there is buffoonery going on with CP and KP. Yeah, I think so, Angela. Again, you guys hit the nail on the head. Like I said, no right answer. This is just, I want to hear your thoughts. And I think that's a great point. So the way that Seth's been treated, um, has been unbelievably rough. Like, I just don't understand. And then I also just think to myself, like, if that was me, I would be beside myself, right? But on top of that, there's no reason to keep him on a suspect list when all of the boxes have been checked. Look, if you take a lie detector test and you pass the lie detector test, I can't say that you're lying, right? About anything. If you show me your time card from, no offense, Seth, but when you were in jail working, by the way, he was working, um, then what can I say to that? I'm still going to say, no, you weren't. You weren't there. You weren't there for 3 hours or whatever the hell they're trying to pull. The way that Seth has been treated is horrible, and he shouldn't have had to give out any information like that. As a matter of fact, it's nobody's damn business. But in the same way, I'm glad he did, because it helps. It helps us to check mark box off. Here we go. There's another check. Because you can't deny that when he's given a polygraph with the best FBI polygrapher. You know, polygraphist. Seth OMG, yes, unbelievable. It's crazy, Holly, and it's good to see you, Holly. Thanks for being here. Oh, thank you. Yes, thanks, Chuchi. Definitely email me. Or if you guys remember, we'll be talking about stuff in the Discord. So, and Chuchi checks out all of our Discord people for us. So she's really awesome about doing that. So it's a safe place. Where people can just speak their mind. You know what? We're all going to have differences of opinion, and we're all going to disagree at times, but the common goal is finding Sebastian. So the gathering of voices, let me pull it up, is coming up, and it's really important, guys. And the reason it's important is because, even the United Cajun Navy, right? And I will say I've prayed on this a lot. What should we do here? What's the best thing to do for Sebastian? How can we represent him well? And I thought about it. Oh, and thank you. Shout out to Smiley. I reposted Smiley's, so that was easy to find. Oh, yay. But yeah, and thank you to all the creators that are sharing this out. It's really important. I can't stress enough how important it is. And I don't know if I will be effective in the next, month here leading up to this, but I'm going to be trying to put some videos out to kind of paint a picture for you guys about Sebastian Rogers' case. And it'll just be a video. It's not going to be a whole lot of me talking. It's just going to be clips. And I hope that you guys understand where I'm coming from. I really do. Because Sebastian's been missing for 2 years, and I really never thought he was gonna be missing this long. I thought, like I said, they were gonna figure it out quickly. In this day and age, we have digital footprint, we have, um, cameras everywhere. I mean, just everywhere. So, I would think that they could at least do some deducting and possibly have enough circumstantial evidence to charge with, at least something. But the prop feet were treated very differently, in my opinion. So the gathering of voices for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who has been missing for 2 years. The main event, February 26, 2026, in Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Well, not in the office, outside the office. We're not going to go into the office. Okay. So on February 26, 2024, Sebastian went missing. 2 years later, our voices join together in remembrance, in love, and in hope. We invite the community together to gather in solidarity, to honor Sebastian, and to continue shining light on his story. Please wear or bring something green, Sebastian's favorite color, as a tribute, and we will be gathering February 23rd through February 27th, 2026. And if you want to go to up for updates or support, you can go to facebook.com/groups/justice for Sebastian. And together our voices are stronger. Together we remember. Right? So together our voices are stronger. That is very true. We can only make a difference when we have the strength in numbers, like Chris Proudfoot said, and he's scared of that. Holly S says, Lady Freedom, I also believe they wanted people to be afraid of him. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think they painted Sebastian in a very negative light. Very negative. And that's one thing that I do not tolerate. Do not go after a victim like that. Otherwise, there's going to be major problems, right? I will roast you. Okay, let's just put it that way. I don't have to have met Sebastian or Devlin to feel overprotective of them. I mean, I even found out someone was collecting money to purchase a PS5 for Sebastian and then kept the money. Oh man, it's completely disgusting. Oh no, Seth. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, well, and I'll tell you, I had the same sort of issue with Jessica, just trying to help her out, taking advantage of the situation. People are opportunists. I knew what you meant. Thank you, though. They're opportunists. They'll do anything to get recognition, to get money. You know, it's it is not a good thing. And I know that even some of the phony well, like with what Rich and Ruby did with that light up, and hey, send me some Cash App money. All right, well, we'll see. Just crazy. And thank you, Holly S. Yeah, and it's upsetting because it should never be something that you take advantage of when there's a missing child. You want to be of service, not the other way around. Not messing things up. And it does cause that does cause a circus and mistrust. Deanna says, in my opinion, certain people underestimated Seth's determination to find his son. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, 100%. That's right, Deanna. They did underestimate. It's funny that you say that because, yeah, we were just talking about that earlier. Me and some other people, they never thought, Chris even said himself, we never thought it was going to get this big. Right? They thought that just because they didn't care anymore that we weren't going to care. And I'll tell you, I remember seeing Sebastian's picture and I'm like, oh my gosh, this kid is so cute. What? He's missing? And I was thinking, oh, maybe he ran away because I was thinking, I didn't know anything about the story. And I'm like, he looks like a teenager. And then, because it was one of the older pictures that they had in there of Sebastian, because some of them were younger now. Now that was another thing that caused the circus, don't you guys think? When they're putting out pictures that are young, looking younger of Sebastian, and we're looking for, like I said, a totally different kid. I'm like, well, we're looking for Sebastian, 2 or 3 years ago. At the Texas Roadhouse, he's just so much more like mature looking, right? Because he was in the middle of growing up, right, and going through that change of from a little kid to a man, right? So just turned 15 years old. So oh my gosh, really, Seth? Oh, well, use your wrench if you need to. I support any decision, like I tell my mods, I love you guys and I trust you guys, and you know, um that way, yeah. If you need to use that wrench, definitely use it. Corruption and incompetence equals failure to the public. And I agree with that, Seth. And that's part of the frustration, right? Because, for one, we have Eric Craddock who isn't even trying to do anything, it doesn't seem like, right? He's got the information. He has the information. And that's what I found to be so interesting. And if you guys didn't get a chance to watch the dispatch audio video that I made, please go watch it because it's really, really interesting how they were checking everybody. Like they were going door to door, and I heard that, I heard people saying it, but when you hear the dispatch and you're hearing it in real time, what they were doing, it's a whole different, it brings a whole different meaning to it because you can see them desperately trying to find Sebastian, right? Going place to place, checking the crawl spaces, again, checkbox for every single thing, right? But the sad part is that they were absolutely thinking he ran away because in my opinion that's what Katie told them. That's what Chris told them, right? So it's eye-opening that in the first couple of hours they were gathering footage and then they continued to spread the message of check your footage on the news. Again, I knew that, but I had never listened to the scanner because people were like cutting it up and only playing certain parts of it. And please, if you're going to use my content, let me just put a disclaimer out there since since we're having a little bit of a gripe session tonight. If you're going to use my content, will you please use the context a little bit? Because even when I, review somebody that I don't agree with, I still try to keep their content in context. And when you don't, all you're doing is spreading misinformation, by the way. So if you use my content, please, especially if it's a missing children's case, please spread it around. I've talked to a lot of the family members. I try to go directly to the source and get information. That way I'm not putting anything out that's not true. I try really, really hard to do that. And I let people have a voice here. They can talk. They can say what they want to here. Unless you're being an ignorant asshole, then I have to block you, and then you're not allowed to come back in here and stuff. And so that don't do that. But you know, please, by all means, use my content, but just don't like play just what you want to play of it, and yeah, don't be doing that dirty shit, please, because that's just ridiculous. I'm not going to strike people. You could use my content to play it for if it helps and you're trying to get the information from the horse's mouth. I get it. That's what I try to do, but don't, keep it in context. Please. Sorry. That's just my gripe. I hate to say, but Sunny unexpectedly passing is sus to me, always has been. Hey, Hope, I'm right there with you, girlfriend. As a matter of fact, I did read a lot of like the news coverage and the articles and stuff when Sunny had passed. And, I've heard good things about him. He seemed like a nice guy on the audio, I will say, but he also seemed like he didn't really know a lot that was going on with Sebastian's case, right? He's telling the PIs like, well, you might ask Brandon Carter about that, or you might, he's the sheriff, but he also had some young bucks, working for him too, and he was entrusting them with a lot, in my opinion. Like Eric Craddock, he was kind of a protege. Sonny definitely wanted him to take over next, and I don't know that Craddock would do anything to hurt Sonny from what I know, but you never know. I mean, it, you just never know. I haven't really liked Sheriff Craddock's attitude from the beginning. He reminds me of Chris Proudfoot, and it's the ego. And Jen and I were talking about that last night. The ego is a big problem. And especially not well, again, they were operating off of what Chris and Katie was telling them at the time. And then they were going over and spending time with Chris and Katie and treating them like two parents who lost a child because the child walked off. And they weren't looking at them as in, well, we don't have any footage of the child walking off. So in that case, how can we say that the child walked off? Now, I will say that Eric Craddock, if you read between the lines, right, and you really listen to what the man is saying, he is saying in the beginning, even though he's chomping on that gum, I know, guys, I know you guys don't like him chomping away, but what he said was, I am not going to say that he's barefoot. His mother says that all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. So, no, Sebastian does deserve better, Seth. I know. I know. I know. And I'm sorry. Yeah, I see you, Seth. I see you. Did I miss something in the chat? I'm a little bit behind in chat. Did I miss something? There you go. Bo says I'm behind in chat. Sorry. I get to talking. Hey, meow. I get to talking, Seth, and then I'm just, on one. Oh my God. It's 16 degrees. I hope Sebastian's warm during the storm too, Seth. And that's the thing. I think the more that we've been talking about schools, I've been thinking about schools. And I've been thinking also what happened next with Sebastian's case because and hello, Anne Brock. And the reason why oh, Holly says, Seth, I was thinking that earlier today. I think it's so apparent, especially when we get this cold weather. I'm so sorry, Seth. Thank you, Chi. Oh my goodness. Are you wearing green pants? Is that or green shorts? No, I was gonna say, Deanna, I don't have my AC on, but I had to cut the fan off because I was like, I don't need you guys hearing that in the background. So, because the fan, it's better. I mean, it's 68. I'll just say that, ugh, and I feel bad saying that because I know you guys are about to get hammered with winter weather, and oh my goodness. So that's right, Chi. Hashtag clear Seth Rogers already. And this is the thing. I mean, he's not able to work with the Cold Case Foundation. There's other organizations that he would like to work with, but that's the problem. Again, Sheriff Craddock doesn't want help. He will not give it up. I'm hoping to change his mind. I'm hoping if we can stand up there with some signs, he'll listen. I'm hoping so. you know? If Ellie were to clear Seth, I think that would really help get the case solved. CP would lose his shit and talk. Yeah, I think that's true. I think it would change a lot, wouldn't it, Cece? I think that's another reason there's been a big circus on these streets. You know, I know, Hope, and that's the problem. You know, just clear Seth. Why not? Why is it 2 years later and you still don't know what the hell is going on? But you say you don't know what's going on, but I don't believe that for a second, you guys. I do not believe that for 1 second. That law enforcement doesn't know anything. Okay, well then I would be an idiot. We heat with wood for the most part. We have electric heaters too, but our Buck's stove keeps it toasty. Oh my goodness. Guys, definitely stay warm. Definitely stay warm. I would rather find Sebastian, but that means they would actually have to do their job. You know, Seth, I just feel like if they were doing their job in the beginning and not operating off of only one assumption, that's the biggest problem that we have. Again, I think from the beginning they really messed things up. Sorry, I didn't realize my face was that big on you guys. Um yeah. We need t-shirts saying clear stuff. Cece, I'm gonna make signs. So I need to make sure I can get bright green poster boards. So I don't see why I couldn't. Um so that's what I was looking to find. Um but I gotta head over to Walmart. So Seth, are those signs that you have on the website as big as the one that you had out there? Or are they smaller? Because I was thinking about getting one of those too. That's right, Bo. Bring Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers home. Yeah, and then I wanted to do something too, guys, like if I write on the poster board maybe some messages that you guys would like to send to Sebastian, and I can write them on the poster board, put his flyer on it, and then write the messages around the poster board, and then whoever doesn't have a sign, if they would like to hold that one or whatever. I don't care who holds what signs. I don't, I just think it's a good idea to make the signs. Seth says I would rather, oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I went backwards in chat. That's awesome. Bonnie, good to see you. Thank you for being here. They are. Holly, oh my God, you just hit the nail on the head. Some of them are like demons feeding off the pain. Oh Lord. I mean, I feel that. It's terrible. And it's not only just on one side or the other. It's just kind of like you gotta be careful of any of them. Right? It's just any of those energy vampire demon feeding off pain people. I mean, really. They're very problematic. It's been terrible, right? Well, that's that's another thing, Holly. Holly says they're just garden variety scammers and addicts. Boom, Holly. That's it. I know. And it's one thing, like if you're pushing content out, that's why if I do 2 lives a day, it really boosts my revenue, right? And if you think about how many people I have, and we have a good channel over here. I'm proud of us. But it's a smaller channel, but like these bigger channels, if they went live 2 times a day, like let's just use Dolly for example. He can monetize a lot more than I can, right? Because he gets more views than I do. So it's about views in the ad revenue. That's how we make money, and then also like on the memberships and things like that. But all you got to do is work a little bit harder, and you could do well if you have a good amount of people. And so I don't understand why these people just don't do that rather than, but they'd rather get up there and be hateful towards another creator. That's how they make their money. That's who their audience is. I'm just glad that you guys are bored to death with that. Money is the root of all evil. No, no, the love of money is. Well, and I think that's part of, we talked about that with Katie. Hey, Sabrina. We talked about that with Katie yesterday. How she's very into that lifestyle. You know, she's even putting on airs of the Texas Roadhouse, guys. I mean, I'm like, Katie, you need to chill out because you're not, you know, the Queen of Sheba. So they knew exactly what they were doing. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely were. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Chuchi. Katie, where is Sebastian? He would have been. Ooh, I know. Mhm. He already what, Katie? The thud, Katie? So, one thing that I saw today that Bullhorn Betty was doing about the thud, which I found to be interesting, was that the computer was also saying, I know we talked a little bit about this earlier, but with the thud, it was so funny how the computer was actually telling on Katie that she couldn't have been doing all of this, right? Like dozing off. Because like when you're dozing off, you're not going to let's say remember certain details, right? Because you're kind of dozing off into sleep. But then also she was on the phone with Chris and she was studying. So she plugged all of that into the computer. And yeah, the computer was like, oh, she's embellishing details and she's not being truthful. And so and then also there was no she wasn't being reflexive to the noise, the thud, right? But she also changed everything. Like, she changed the noise to a thud, right? She did. She changed the noise to the thud, and then it became a bang whenever the police were talking about it. So it's getting progressively worse. I mean, I would think, um, because a thud is like a thump, right? And that's just like one quick boom noise. But then like a bang is like loud, right? Yeah. Sebastian had carpet in his room, just so everybody knows that. So, I mean, even if he fell on the floor, it would sound like a thud, right? More than it would a bang. A bang is like, what? Did he go running into the wall full force or what? Because that's a big noise to make in a room. I mean, now I can see if he had hardwood floors or something like that, it's going to be a hard surface. If he fell, it would make a louder noise, but even a bang, I don't know. A bang is pretty intense, in my opinion. Um, Speaking of the picture, Sumner County would even put the recent picture I gave them, but the FBI did, which is why I only speak with the FBI. Yeah, and I remember them wanting us to only pass out the flyers from the TBI. But that picture, I mean, I just think Sebastian looks in the Texas Roadhouse pictures, right? I mean, obviously, I just took still ones, and it's not like it's, dead on. Um, Let me move my big head. But I mean, even, Sebastian looks older in this picture than he does in the one that they originally put out. And then I think this one is a good one, Seth. You know, I really do. I think this one's a good one with Sebastian. The boot barn picture. I love the burrito picture. I call it burrito picture because there's a burrito in front of Sebastian, but they cropped it out. Um, he's such a sweet smile. I'm like, oh my goodness. Um, so yeah. Hey Bonnie. Bonnie says LE should have never treated it as a runaway. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with them treating it like a runaway in the very beginning, Bonnie. I was okay with that, but I'm like, why are we not open-minded about this? I think that's what bothers me the most is that we weren't open-minded in the beginning, or law enforcement, I shouldn't say. We were. You know, Kylie thinks that Sonny's passing is very suspicious as well. Yeah, see, I never did a deep dive. Oh, okay, Seth. Lady Freedom, I can't see them to remove them, but I just want people to know in case that individual tries to scam anyone again. Yeah, please do. Thank you, Seth. Yeah. Chuchi, just make sure we get Seth back there. Thanks, Seth. I mean, here's the thing. It's so horrible the way that they act, Seth? It's horrible. When people act this way and they treat other people this way, but then to treat a child who's missing this way? So, oh, thank you, Chuchi. Thank you. It's inexcusable. And when people want to do that, yeah, I'm not okay with it either. And I'm sorry that that's happened to you. And it's just like we were talking, Jen and I were talking last night about how, and this isn't all psychics, right? We're not talking about every psychic out there. Some of them are very, I think that there's people that have gifts, right? That's the way I look at it. And I think that we can all use our gifts that God gives us. We all have something to bring to the table. But I do disagree when we have psychics that are telling a parent, I think that your child's no longer with us. I disagree with YouTubers saying that. I don't think that's right. I just can't for the life of me think that it's okay to tell somebody something that I'm not sure of, even if I have a feeling or a very, very strong feeling. Right? I try to keep it open and I give if somebody asks me my theory, and I'm not saying I'm doing it completely right. I'm just saying this is how I do it. Somebody asked me, Lady Freedom, do you think my, loved one is not with us? I say absolutely I cannot give you that answer. Right? I might think one way, but I'll give them both theories. Right? Maybe this happened, right? Because Chris and Katie have been horrific. They really have been. I've never seen anything like it. I think, Holly, you were saying something like, I've never seen anything like this last night. And I'm like, I mean, I can't recall anything so wild. And maybe Don and Candace. I mean, Don is a weirdo, pulling his crap all the time. But that's it, But I do think that they took from that playbook. Yeah, there it is. I got the background still. Yeah, I think they took from the Don and Candace playbook. They sure are acting like it. Hello, Trishy. Hello. So yeah, but you never tell them definitively that your loved one is not there anymore. No, how would we know that? That's evil in my opinion. And I'm not saying that there's malice behind it, but don't you think that that I mean, would you want to hear that? Seth says until I get my video card for my computer, I'm unable to design any new signs or shirts or even go live. Damn, Seth. Okay. Okay, I see. Well, shit. I know you were saying that before. Well, I'm gonna need to get you another one of those cards. None here either was sold out. I had to pay high dollar for the last one from Lowe's. Meow says, sorry, I probably read that one. And it was a private or a conversation between you guys. They don't have any problem sleeping. That's the problem, right, Seth? That's the problem. They don't care. It's like they actually don't give a flying F. The Queen of Sheba, Kylie. That's what she was acting like. Who said that too? Sammy said, there's Sammy. Good to see you, Sammy. Sammy said last night, I've never seen so much drama with a fork. I was dying. KP admitted to Nancy Grace that CP and KP were lying. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, he called Nancy out on her own show. I mean, what? Dang. And she didn't even deserve it. She was just like, hey, would you take a polygraph if I set one up for you? And he's like, name the time and place, ma'am. And then he never showed up like a doofus. Deanna, Sebastian was so well mannered at the Texas Roadhouse. Just it's just nothing like they described him to us, right? And even the fact that he didn't get to go bowling that day, right? I mean, that's kind of come out that he didn't get a chance to go bowling. Allegedly they played some games. I don't know if they did. I'm not sure if they did. But even if he was upset before the Texas Roadhouse, he seemed to have bounced back when he was there. Until they had the conversation that was very strange, right? It was an uncomfortable conversation in my opinion. Thank you, Chuchi. Thank you. Sorry guys, I got behind in chat. Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I forgot about that. I'm sorry. Okay, I know exactly what you guys are talking about now. Oh no. Seth says, Lady Freedom, I had a psychic send me an email addressed to KP telling her I was guilty and she wanted to help find Sebastian. Whoa. Well, we know that one's not intuitive or intelligent. Oh God. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, how horrible. I mean, I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine. Wow, that had to be that had to really been something. Wow. Right, exactly, Chuchi. No one can say if he is or isn't. There's no proof at all. You have to have hope and faith, in my opinion. And I'm the same way too. Let me show Devlin's because um there we go. And he's been missing more than 5 months, by the way. So let me put this over here just so nobody thinks that he's only been missing for 5 months. It's been longer than that. So, all right, there we go. Um, but yeah, no one can say either way. No one should even try to say either way. I mean, that's. But the thing is they do try to. Oh, how do I say it? Because it's not all psychics and everything like that. It's just that some of these people will tell you in great detail what has happened to your child, but how do they know that? You know? So no, that's right, Shauna. Good to see you, Shauna. Chris was not operating a crane. Bullhorn Betty actually went to the job site at 5:30 a.m. and showed us all that too. I remember that. And I also watched it on a TikTok the other day. I was like, oh yeah. Good morning, Faye. Good to see you. Yeah, it's just terrible, Seth. You should never have ever had to deal with that. Ever, ever. I don't know where these people get off, and I don't know what's wrong with them, really. I can't say. I can only guess. Hello, Cheryl. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Yes, stay safe and warm is right. Oh goodness. I hope you don't lose your power either. Oh my goodness. Do you guys have probably gotten a lot of snow. I came across this case on day 6, and I have been here ever since. And I have worked with Lady Freedom, Lolly, Jen, more, and I am here till we have justice, till justice is served. Thank you, Kylie. Yes, ma'am. And that's the thing, like with true crime, the true crime community, not crama, right? We're not talking about that crap. But that's what's so cool about our true crime community is we share information all the time, right? And there's so many people that are behind the scenes, even Kylie, that are just like working so hard. Or people that have reached out to me about Devlin's case. Same thing with Sebastian's case. It's like they'll reach out, they'll tell you, what they know or how they feel. Some people have really, really good information, right? And a lot of times people are writing this stuff online, and it's floating around out there, and so I'm always so grateful when people send me information. And I think that Sebastian's case is running strong, um, for it being for the 2-year mark. It never should have gotten this far, I don't think. And again, I just hate that it's gotten this far. Um, with Devlin's case, the weather is a big deal. I mean, it is too in Sebastian's case because it's cold in Tennessee, and snowy and icy. Chris always has the most to say. Was he there? I think that he might not have been there, Janet, but if he wasn't there, because see, the problem with their story, and I've said it before, he's not telling it as if he's on the phone with Katie. He doesn't tell the story that way. He talks about we, and he talks about um everybody would have, and certain ways of saying things might be because of how people say that in the area, right? Um there's all kinds of slang and different ways that people say things. But with Chris, it's not that. It's that he's absolutely um acting as if either he was there or he's regurgitating a rehearsed story. Um so yeah, I believe that, Seth, that Katie was a totally different person. Yeah, back in the day, as we would say, you know. So, Holly, you got that right, girl. So many nut jobs entered your life all at once for Seth. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. And that the thing is that's opportunism at its worst, or whatever, the finest, whatever. Um I mean, I think a lot of it had to do with that. I think she gets I think she does things to impress Chris, right? I've never had a boyfriend or a husband. Oh, I've only been married once. But I've never had a boyfriend tell me, "Let's go torture my ex that I have kids with." I mean, crap, I dated one guy, he was scared to death of his ex. It was like he just did everything she said. I was like, "Whoa." So I was just like, "Okay." But I mean, you don't try to get in the middle of that, but Chris is like get totally all up in it, saying that he's got a that Sebastian has to be grounded when he goes over to Seth's house. Like that is completely insane. And Chris is with him being a narcissist, in my opinion, um that comes with the territory. He thinks that he can control everything and everyone, and then when he realizes that he can't do that, that's where he tries to manipulate people and con them and charm them, and that always falls through because their mask will always slip. And Chris is very difficult in the way that, most narcissists care about what the public thinks about them very, very much. And they would never do things publicly, but he's so outward with his bullshit, for lack of a better way of, just to sum it all up. Um, he's outward about it. He doesn't care what anybody thinks about him, obviously. Um, so you don't have to hit all the characteristics of narcissism to be one, though. So there's that. BHB is unhinged, but she's a soldier for the cause. Kylie. That's cute. Yeah, yeah. Betty, I'm like, well, maybe since we'll all be there, we'll have some calming energy for Betty. No, I'm just kidding. I hope she, definitely does her advocacy. What she did for Daniela Mendiola's case when her and Olivia were out there, I just thought that was like such a nice They did such a great job. And thank you guys for the green hearts. So yeah. Hello, Justice for New. Good to see you. Sorry guys, I'm way behind in chat. Tiana says 20 years ago I was a Spitfire. These days, not so much. That's funny. Um, I just think it's a good thing to bring awareness, and I think we could do positive messages too. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be all doom and gloom, but I mean they deserve to know that we're there, right? We have a right to be heard. You know, and I mean I was in cheerleading, so I don't need a bullhorn. No, I'm just kidding. Um, CP said it like he knew for a fact where they were Sunday. Yeah. How the fuck would he know that? Yeah, I know. I wonder too. I wonder too, Sam. He, I think, rehearsed the story with Katie, and I've always thought this was premeditated. There were times where I would, kind of tinker around with the idea that maybe it was an accident. But I think that there's something very deliberate. And I wonder if Sebastian could just be somewhere that they put him that we don't know where he is. Um, and I do say that because Katie and Chris tried to take Faith away from Nina, and they like to torture her about it, right? So they like to get together, and this is going to kind of go with. So I'm glad you brought this back up, Sam. So this is kind of go with what um they were doing as a whole, right? I want to say this in the best way, kind of struggling to find a way to put it. There's just something wrong with someone who is going to want to torture someone with someone else, right? And I guess it's a sadist. I don't know, sadomasochist. I don't know. They have issues. Like they're that demented, and they love to see and cause others to have pain. Right? They just do. And so I think that what they did to Nina is exactly what they could be doing to Seth, or could have tried to be doing to Seth, right? Like maybe they didn't want to relinquish the control. Seth says, I don't care what people think of me. I just want my son found and pray that he stays safe until then. Yeah, I know, Seth. And I mean, but you're not out there like yelling at people constantly or acting like a fool. I mean, there's a big difference when people are deliberately acting a fool. I mean, yeah, there may be things that um, you know, don't particularly agree with or whatever. And some of the things that, any of us say, even, it doesn't matter. Any of us, um, on a given night could be exploring a theory and you're like, no, there's no way, and I understand that. But it's different because Chris takes it also like personally, and he gets like, I don't know. It's almost like sometimes I wonder if he's feigning outrage or if he's really outraged. That's one thing I just wonder about with Chris, because he seems like, um, I don't know, like he's almost like overly excited, you know? It's like, chill out, dude. It's not that bad, right? So somebody doesn't like you. Well, I mean, you said some stupid ass shit. The first couple interviews he comes out with and starts talking about how he's hitting Sebastian with the belt. Nobody's gonna like that, you know? Or taking his stuff and bagging it up and having him take it to the end of the driveway. I mean, how did he think that that was gonna go over? If he thought it would be okay, he's sadly mistaken. Sure, there's people that are also mean to their kids and they think that that's all right. I don't. I don't think anybody deserves to be treated that way, and it's absolutely abusive. Seth says BHB is louder without a bullhorn, just saying. Right? Exactly. Exactly. The bullhorn's struggling to keep up with her, right? So hashtag Sebastian's Law. That's right, Chi. Sunny Day says Seth praying for you and sweet Sebastian every day. Yeah. Um, Sunny, I think that's another thing that is so important, and I don't want anybody to overlook that. Or if you feel bad because you can't make it to the gathering of voices, I want anybody that can make it to make it. But if you can't, pray with us in person, then pray at home. Pass out flyers in your own area. Wear your Sebastian Rogers T-shirt to the grocery store or out, or if you go, you know, anywhere public, a concert, something like that would be a great opportunity to wear the awareness t-shirt. It's just those little things that you can do, and praying for each other and with each other is so very important. Sunny days, so thank you. um Chuchi. Justice for Duke says, in my opinion, the in-laws involved all their plan. I do believe he's alive, just their damn game went too far now and they're too scared to fess up. Where, yeah, I mean, Justice for Nuke, I'm right there with you. I can totally see that. Because they didn't think that people were going to care, right? They didn't think it was going to get this big, right? They didn't think people were going to, continuously try to find Sebastian. I think it was all planned out by the Sox and Foots, and they're the ones playing these bad actors to cause distractions and spreading lies so people will look the other way, in my opinion. I think so too, Detroit Rock City. And the thing is they've done that from the beginning, haven't they? And I'll tell you what, guys, I have looked all over the place for that poker party nonsense. I don't know what to think about that. Um, I've been trying to look for it, and I am not gonna purchase a membership over by Terry Lynn. So sorry. I'm just we're not gonna do that. Putting that shit behind a paywall is a real bullshit move, in my opinion. I mean, if we do members only, it's usually fun stuff. I mean, I'm not gonna just tell my members inside information or put that up because I don't, have enough money or whatever. I don't know. So, but I can't find it. I think I pinpointed the live that she did, and I cannot find it anywhere. So I might try to text Justin because I know it was on a panel that she talked about it with him. But sometimes people would ask Terry Lynn a direct question and she'd be like, oh, the poker party, the poker party. And then, 20 minutes later, she's just him hawing around, not wanting to get to the freaking meat and potatoes. And Seth says, Shauna, as soon as my computer is back up and running, I will do a live on Sebastian's Law. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Seth. And I think it's very necessary. And I think it's going to help a lot of people. And I think that is amazing that you're doing that. So, how ridiculous saying LE brought an x-ray for walls before checking the yards, etc., the floors, etc. No luminol. Yeah, fuck, this case has been botched from the start to benefit some. Yeah, I mean, I was like, I don't understand the heat-seeking technology in the walls. Like, I still don't quite understand that. I'll be honest, I don't get it. I'm like, I don't understand how they would think someone would be in the walls. I mean, yeah, very demonic, Trishy. Very much so. Oh, I'm sure it's probably hectic. I'm sure it always is, Kylie. They're never gonna get any peace with the burden they're carrying. Hey, if you hurt Sebastian, if you hurt Devlin, I'm talking about any of yous out there. If you hurt those kids or you have something to do with their disappearance, God help you. You know? And they don't. They'll never have peace again, until they start telling the truth. Then that burden will be lifted off of them. And then and only then. But what sucks about Chris and Katie is we know where they're lying their butts off. Lady Freedom, did you see the video of Justin's live the other day putting the lights theory together? I did. Well, I watched. Are you talking about? I did not watch the members only. But again, I would very much urge people to understand that the time frame, if we're to believe one part of the theory, which is which I do believe, and you guys know that. I mean, I had a hell of a time and I got harassed and stalked over that picture that I took from Justin. And then I made the video where I showed you guys how I, went over with putting filters on the picture to, help us see, better what it was. And some of the pictures that other people were sending me were fantastic, and much better than mine. But I do believe that you can see someone being carried out. And the only person that wasn't in the house that night was Sebastian, right? But I think we're looking for a silver sedan or the silver car, right? Because it was in the neighborhood about 3 o'clock in the morning. But if it was in the neighborhood at 3 o'clock in the morning, then 3:45. That's a long time. I think it was like 20 minutes. They kind of got shaved it down to 20 minutes, you know? So, well, thank God for that, Seth. I'd be spraying you with holy water, okay? I'd be like, the power of Christ compels you, before performing an exorcist. While I'm here. So, thank you, Shauna. That's so sweet. She says, Seth, I haven't stopped. I got really ill, but I was also attacked a bit, so I haven't been vocal, but I'm here for Sebastian. No teams, just him. Yeah, Shauna, I think that's fantastic. And, there shouldn't be any teams or sides, guys. We should all be working together. We should all be working together to find Sebastian, all be working together to find Devlin. So I guess that's a good segue. So tonight someone decided to play some content and pick it apart of mine, which is fine. Again, I don't mind if people use my content. But the problem is that in Devlin's case, I've been working his case since he went missing, for 5 months. 5 month mark, I came into the case. This thumbnail was the first one that I made. And I was talking with one of the locals who asked me to cover Devlin's case. She was also a mod in here, the one I was referring to earlier, that had taken advantage of Devlin's case, right? Being a local, instead of, passing out flyers or doing something positive, she wanted to sell keychains and just it rubbed me the wrong way. She was also involved with the reward fund in a certain extent, knowing Mary Much. And the whole thing was super fishy, right? I might be cynical, I might be skeptical, but I try to keep neutral until I know for sure. And in Devlin's case in the beginning, I also invited family members to talk as much as they wanted to. And so our channel is like way above and beyond what's going on this new channel that's been covering Devlin. Like, she's talking old news and we're already past the hump of, we know that Devlin was being abused at home, right? No doubt about it. Jessica was also not treating Devlin properly, right? I'm never going to be okay with anybody doing dirt on either side. So I just want that to be known. I'm always going to be honest. And again, I'm not telling Devlin's story from anyone else's perspective besides Devlin's when I talk about some of the things that I found out, right? I'm trying to always keep him at the forefront because we do need to figure out what his mindset was in order to find him. In my opinion, that's very, very important, especially because we're not dealing with a little baby. we're dealing with a man, a young man, who was emancipated from his family, right? So, really quick backstory, and I know I'm very much behind in chat, so I apologize. And Seth, I'm so glad you're here. Little Miss Sharon, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. And if you got a membership from Little Miss Sharon, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Thank you so much, Little Miss Sharon. Um, I wonder about the green hoodie person as well. MST, good to see ya. Thank you, Little Miss Sharon. She says love, light, and blessings to Seth. Aw, that's so sweet. Um, but yeah, so with Devlin Tait, he um went missing on April 21st, 2025. And he went missing while he was out and about in Lake Odessa, Michigan, right? So Devlin would typically leave the house and he would do his own thing during the day, right? Which he had every right to be doing at his age. But he does have autism. He has cerebral palsy. And then he also has some other, I mean, I'm not going to go over all of that because that all doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. But we do know with people who are on the spectrum that they like to keep their routine the same, right? Or it's stressful for them. So Devlin liked to go and frequent certain places in town. And at the time of his disappearance, he wasn't on the best terms with his family members, right? But again, we're so much further than in his story than that I don't have to keep repeating that, right? Unless somebody asks me a direct question about that, I don't feel like we have to keep on rehashing it, right? But either way, Devlin had to charge his phone other places because there was a back and forth about chores, right? Devlin didn't want to do the chores at the house, so he wasn't allowed to use the electricity, right? Devlin was also sleeping on the floor. That was another thing that was a big shock to everyone. People were upset, but again, we're not going to feign outrage every single time, right? Isn't it outrageous? A little bit, in my opinion, yes. I'm not ever going to say that that's okay for anybody. I wouldn't, I mean, I don't even make my dog sleep on the floor. He's got a My Pillow dog bed, right? And then he also has a chair that he sits in that has a dog bed on top of the chair. Okay. Now maybe you guys might be like, Lady Freedom, that's ridiculous, right? But I love my dog. So he's going to get the best. So my point, yeah, the dogs have a, and I will say we also had Sabrina on the panel. She came up here, right? You guys were here, Sam. I know you was here. Like we had these people up here. They've already told us all of these things. So when a person is doing a live stream and using my content only to create problems between, say, me and Tamara, because that's kind of what I felt like was happening when I went in there and listened to like 5 or 10 minutes of it. So I reached out to Tamara and I just told her, I said, this is not good, right? Because look, I'm not going to go in there and defend myself, but if it continues, I'm going to have no choice but to do that because you don't use another creator's content and then bash the shit out of them unless you're a hate channel. And that's hate channel activity. And this person only has like 300 people. And I don't want to go after a small channel, but I don't see the reason why you would go after a big channel. So the point is that it made me think about Sebastian Rogers' case, and it made me think about the drama, crama, all the bullshit that has gone on. That's why I asked you guys to tell me, what you all thought about it. Because I think it's important that we work together. So instead of going on and on about what you don't like about my content, why don't you sit back and you listen to what every single person had to say? Now, Matt was in my chats. I'm going to talk to this creator because that's the solution that we came to, and I'm glad that we came to it. But I just also didn't want you guys to like send me a bunch of clips and stuff. I'm well aware of what went on. And I wasn't happy because it was one that Kiki was on the channel. Again, she knows about it. I don't want there to be issues because it doesn't help find Devlin. What helps find Devlin is adding another member to Devlin's army, right? And that doesn't mean that we have to get along or even work together. We can work independently. But I would really urge that person to just go ahead and listen to what everybody has to say. I could send, and Faye, you were here too. You asked some really great questions in chat, and I thought you guys were, and so did Sam, like, just all of you guys had the best questions. And I will say that everybody was willing to answer questions to the best of their knowledge, right? Were some people not being truthful? Sure, I'm sure there were. I mean, and even with Jessica, there was a lot, we have a lot to go over still. But I always want to make sure I fact check things in order to bring you guys the best information. But again, it doesn't really matter, and I'm not going to go in there and say anything bad about Tamara, and that's what it was making me want to do. And so I just didn't like that feeling. And especially because Tamara and I have had our disagreements, but we've always stayed open in communication. And I appreciate that because we all need to have the facts to follow, right? And we're already over the hump of, oh gosh, the situation was not ideal. Okay, everybody knows that already, right? So, well, and Shauna, I welcome them to do it. I really do. If it's going to help, like, understand a case better, or because the family was gracious enough to come in and tell me their story, I would think it would be a resource. Like, for instance, there's another creator named Piper. I really enjoy her content. I haven't been able to go out over and watch her a lot, but I thought she did a good job. And she was doing the same thing where she was talking to people and she was getting their perspective. Um, that's what a journalist would do, right? That is what somebody who's really wanting to get the story right and represent these victims properly is that they would gather all of the details from everybody's perspective, right? Everybody has a different perspective on things, and it can really help understand what happened in the situation. So I think it's very valuable, and I would hate to stifle that, but that's what I was kind of doing, is that I would listen to Piper's interviews and then we would pull them in over here and discuss them. Or I might take an interview, and if there's differences in what was said, I'll point them out, right? So that's kind of what we do here. Um, I know. Oh, I know, little Miss Sharon. That is so true. When Elizabeth Smart was kidnapped, they assembled teams of hundreds of investigators. Sebastian gets one, and I think Devlin has two. Yeah, he has two. Yeah, Heshy and Castle. Yep. And then we got Brandon Carter for Sebastian. That's such a great point, little Miss Sharon. Yeah, and I mean, I think that a fresh set of eyes never hurts. A fresh set of eyes can help us see things that we didn't before. One thing I want to give a huge shout out to Mob Crew for was that he pointed out, after all of us had scoured this footage, right? That Katie put earbuds in her ears when she left the Texas Roadhouse. So when they got in the car after the green hoodie, right? She gets in there and plugs her earbuds in. Weird, huh? So Sebastian's not allowed to have a phone. He's not allowed to listen to the music or the radio or whatever's coming over, because Katie's got it hooked up to her stuff. you know? I mean, it might be little, but those little things add up. And again, you know, when she puts the earbud in, does that mean that whatever was recording in the vehicle is only recording what she's saying and can't hear what Sebastian's saying? You know, and we talked about it with Momming It Up. Momming It Up let me know that there are um, special headphones for parents who have children on the spectrum, and it's usually to cancel out some of the noise, right? But again, Sebastian is very high functioning. So I don't know that he was making a whole lot of noise, in the way of having, like the ticks or something like that. And that's just for lack of a better way to say it. Hello, animal mother. Good to see you. Faye says, "Yep, I was the." They're both either lied or didn't answer what I got from them. They came to control the narrative. Yeah, Faye, and I could definitely see that you guys were picking up on a lot of that too. Well, with Matt, I want to say with Matt, what I was a little bit annoyed by is that when Jessica was trying to be on the panel, he was coming in to kind of speak his mind. The first night, though, I was really impressed with the two of them. I was like, I mean, I shouted them out and everything. I was like, oh, this is great. The family's working together. We got Matt in here helping Jessica out with timeline details. Wow, this is great. But then the next day he was in the chat before I even started. So like say I set my chat up at like, 9 o'clock or something like that. He was in here right away before we even started. And I do not manage the chat, before we start. So I was like, oh boy. So Thomas Randall, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Aw, so nice to have you. Thanks for being here. You know, Holly says that was the mission. She says it's so weird to me the more people don't want to work together. Well, and it is weird, Holly, and I don't understand that. I don't understand it because we can really like put our notes together, put our heads together and figure it out. I mean, that's the way to do it. But we need people to be truthful. You can't have selective memory when it comes down to the day that somebody went missing. You know? Yeah, that's Tamara. No, no, no. You got okay. So we got in the Star Wars t-shirt Sabrina and Tamara. That's where Devlin was living, but we also have Will, who is Sabrina's boyfriend, who was living there too, with her young son that does not belong. He's just the boyfriend. But there were 4 adults living in the house, essentially, right? Which was causing tension in the house, no doubt, right? But that doesn't mean that something nefarious happened, you know? So, thanks, animal. We just don't know. We just don't know. And the thing about Devlin is there's so many options that could have happened that it opens it up to more people that could have done something to Devlin. But you always have to go back to the motive, right? And why somebody would do something to hurt Devlin. Who had the biggest reason to, right? Um, so that's Tamara. She's Sabrina's mom. Yep, and they live with Devlin. Thank you, Sam. Yeah. Yep. So we saw what a good mom Katie was at Texas Roadhouse, and she refused Sebastian's second piece of bread because he was eating it. I know. I don't or because she was eating it. Yeah, I don't know why she took 2, Faye. She took 2 rolls, and Sebastian couldn't even get one, and she almost like smacked his hand away. I mean, he took his hand away quicker than she could. I don't understand that. I really don't. I've never like told my kid you can't eat more or whatever. I mean, maybe candy. Because, like on Halloween, kids get a bunch of candy and they want to eat a whole bunch of it. And you're like, well, you can't eat all that. You're going to get a stomach ache or whatever. Um, so I get some of that restricting, but or if your child is overweight or something, you want them to be in better shape, but you don't shame them for it, right? And stuff like that. So, but no, that was weird to me, Faye. I mean, and that was a great catch on Justin. I'm just hoping that the other parents who might want to do something bad for their kids don't take lessons from Chris and Katie and come to YouTube acting crazy. Well, I know, Holly, that's what I feel like they did with the Summer Wells case. I feel like they were like, "Oh, let's go act a whole ass fool," and then no, nobody good will want to follow the case, and that's another reason I wouldn't allow for Jessica and Tamra, because Jessica wanted to, go back and forth. And I'm like, we can't be doing that. Like, it's not good for you. It's not good for her. It's not good for Devlin. It's not good for nobody. I mean, nobody is going to win in that situation. It's a lose, 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 and the biggest person who's going to lose out is Devlin. That's it. He's the one that loses out. But I do have some things I want to show you guys about with what's going on with Jessica, because in the beginning she was telling me that Adam is Devlin's father, and I have been doing research and came to the realization that there's a strong chance that that is not true. So I want to make sure we set the record straight there. Um and again, I've said, in my opinion, the only person, because Lori was like, well, who's Devlin's dad? And it's like, well, he's not talking about his biological dad. He's talking about his adopted dad, who is Bill Tait, right? So technically, he would be like a grandfather to Devlin, but since they adopted Devlin when he was a baby, Sandra and Bill Tait did, he's always looked to Bill as his father figure, as his father. And that's undeniable, right? I don't know. And again, I know it's when people don't understand, they try to fill in the blanks, or they're like, but the obvious would be Bill. And there was no other father figures in Devlin's life, so to speak. I mean, yes, there are pictures that I've seen, of Tim Hatfield with Devlin, like not just the two of them, but at family functions. But it doesn't matter. It was still always Bill, right? So I just opened up Pandora's box. I'm trying to put it together, but now I have a new piece that doesn't fit. Oh, what's that? What's that, Shauna? Oh, good. Yeah, me too, Animal. I'm so glad that that little girl was found safe. Yeah, I'm very happy. Boy, I was worried about her. I was like, "Oh my gosh." And then they didn't have a flyer out yet. And I was like, "Uh-oh, we need to get a flyer." But no, I'm so glad that they found her. I do believe, and I could be wrong, but I do believe that she has a history of maybe running away. But it scared me because, they said that she was talking to a man, and I was like, well, I mean, if she was talking to like another teenage boy, I think it would be different than like a whole ass man. So I was like, oh no, we better get this out quick. Um, I don't trust anyone who can't hold their head up and let people see their eyes. In my opinion, they're hiding something, especially in such a serious matter. Kylie, I'm right there with you. I think if somebody's not willing to look you in the eye, um, it's a problem. Yeah. And, I mean, Katie has done that in all of her interviews. She just refuses to look at the person asking her the questions. And that's always stuck out to me too. I don't trust that either. Um, yeah. Katie's eye contact is horrible. And for a while with the rocking and the poor eye contact, I almost thought she was on the spectrum too, Kylie. So I think that she was fooling people with that as well. But Katie does that. She acts out of sorts, and we've seen her true self, So Thomas Randall says, Lady Freedom, I can't see the way caregivers treat autistic people. I know a 31-year-old woman who is autistic and her caregivers are neglecting her. Oh, and using her for money. And she has a 7-year-old. Oh my gosh, Thomas Randall, that's so terrible. I mean, I'm right there with you. And that is why I had to deep dive into Devlin's family because his mother was sending me screenshots of the turmoil because of money, right? So, and then there was a lot of chatter about it, right? And again, if you don't know, you'll speculate. And so I wanted to get to the bottom of it. Um, I still think there's more layers to that. But I think it was definitely an element in this case where people were asking about it because of Devlin's situation, right? So people were asking, was he on disability? I think that Devlin would have done really nicely if he could have gotten a little studio apartment, Thomas. I really do. I think he would have been, great. So he was scarfing down his plate. Yeah, I noticed that too, Shauna. I mean, he seemed like he was hungry, you know? So she said that she made the spaghetti pancakes in the morning and then there's no lunch except for eating the colossal popcorn, but that was like closer, I would guess, to the morning time. Although there was that post that came out where they were over there at a friend's house, they were picking up, I believe it was Melissa's daughter. So and the thing is, so too, Thomas, it's like, you know, that's why I think in Devlin's situation, he would have done really, really well. Well, and the thing too, Justice for Noog, is that, when I was well, this just kind of goes back to the psychic stuff. So there's a local psychic that had told Jessica and her current boyfriend, who I didn't want to give any weight to because I think Jessica moves from person to person and I think it's unhealthy for her. And so I just kind of left it alone. Also, I didn't want him, searching for clout like Seth was talking about earlier. And so because he was trying to get in on a recorded call that I was going to play in the beginning, and I've never played it. Um, Mostly because I was trying to edit him out of it. But recently I found out that she is pregnant with his baby, but he's the same guy that was sitting in the reading and then listened to the psychic say that Devlin's no longer with us anymore. And then after that, he told her to forget about her son. And I think that that could be one of the big reasons why she has. And again, I'm not okay with that, you know? Hello, Fave Auntie. Good to see ya. Hey, Anna. Anna says, I have always known that people can't give eye contact when talking. You're shifty. Yeah, never to be trusted. Yeah, I mean, if you can't look somebody in the eye, you know? So, oh, that's so nice, Thomas. Well, I'm glad that she has you. And, I think people do need to be advocated for when somebody says they're on the autism spectrum. That doesn't mean that they can't do anything for themselves. I mean, we have the more severe or profound autism, yes, but um, you know, love goes a long way, especially with that, love and extra care. So, I have questions, but I don't know if Seth can debunk them. February 25th on day 21 reached out regarding Bobby, the EM. Uh, I don't understand your question, Shauna. Aw, thank you, Shauna. No, you know what? I've already made arrangements. I just have to, but thank you. That's so sweet of you. I just have to make my reservation for the car, and I'm thinking I might get an SUV this time because it's supposed to be snowing, or it might be snowing. Um, so, but yeah, I appreciate you so much. Hello, Indigo. Oh no. Can you call adult social services, Thomas? I would do that. Well, here's the thing, Faye. I will say that the story has changed a little bit from the laundromat. Well, because what I did is I went ahead, I grabbed up all the stuff that, Matt had told me, because I wanted to go over it again. So I kind of pulled it all in and was going over it. And he did say that at 9 o'clock, Devlin called Sandra's house, right? Or Sandra. And he answered because Sandra was using the bathroom and they talked for 30 minutes. But then it's being said that Devlin's phone pinged over on Sewer Plant Road at 9:28. So I know that's not a big difference, but he would have had to walk from the laundromat to get to Sewer Plant Road. And then also a new detail, um, I think I'd have to go back and double check. But either way, I guess Matt was told by Devlin, "Hey, I'm gonna go to to the Family Dollar and get a phone charger because his wasn't working." He had said that in the video too. I know, Holly. I cannot believe it. Yeah, yeah, she's pregnant, Sam. Yeah, which is usually a good thing, right? We congratulate people on that. So, oh, he looks just like Bill. They resemble each other a lot, Detroit. They do. They absolutely do. Holly said, "Poor AJ, I don't have a great feeling about his future. I hope I'm wrong." I know. I know, Holly. I just couldn't believe that. Well, I mean, that guy is a jerk. And then after all of that crap with the psychic and him saying that to Jessica, one day I called her, or I can't remember if I called her, she called me, but the next thing I know, she's like, "Oh, where did he go?" And I thought she lost AJ for a second. And I'm like, "Oh no," but she was talking about Brandon and he just left because she was talking to me about her missing son. Yeah, the guy's a real winner, let me tell you. Holly says people always say that they thought Eddie was looking at the evidence when she was in the one interview, but I think she was just avoiding eye contact as usual. I'm thinking that she um well, I was thinking she was reading off a script at first. I mean, it certainly looked that way. And an interview with cybercrime detective from the murder regarding Sebastian. I can't release that source. Yeah, just email me, Shauna. Yeah. Yeah, just email me. I will have to check it too because I've been um just busy because I've been trying to look through all of these kind of archives and stuff. Chuchi, I know. I know. I know. And I mean typically that would be a good thing, but I just don't understand how she's going to have a stroller for both kids and no vehicle. I mean, it's just not a good deal. I know, justice for Noog, and I mean, 3 out of the 4 children that she has, and then now another. So, I'm just saying prayers for her, hoping things look up. But I mean, that guy doesn't have a vehicle. He doesn't have anything to offer, in my opinion. Um, yeah, there wasn't a scent picked up at the laundromat, as far as I know, Faye. as far as I know. And I think that's weird, especially if that was somewhere he frequented. And it bugs me that the camera footage for Devlin at the laundromat doesn't exist because they were doing an update that day. And I have confirmed that. So they were absolutely doing an update. And then, yeah. So, yeah. Oh my gosh, Thomas, there's got to be like social services in your area, dear. Oh my gosh, that's so awful. I know. I know. Detroit, it's crazy. I know. Well, if it was with a guy that could offer help or assistance, but it's just going to be a bigger, I mean, all babies are a blessing. I'm just very worried. Um, and you know, Detroit, it's a very good point. I mean, it's hard for her to take care of, getting Christmas for one child and now there's two, So, oh gosh, I would be livid, Thomas. I'd be livid. I absolutely would be livid. I just want to play this video really quick for you guys about Devlin. So just give me 1 second. And we'll play just for a recap. If you guys have not been following. So give me 1 second. Let's see. I know I have like a short one that I could play just for a recap. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, so this is a good one to play just to show you guys some of the stuff here. So here we go. And I've done several videos so people can kind of take a look, but here we go. Just bear with me. Because I think this has dispatch.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative.
Cameras calling, and that way we can get even more information.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Jay. I am the host of Crime Time Buzz, and we are sharing Devlin's story.
I've been listening.
Oh, great. Okay. So we want to bring awareness, and I just had some questions. And do you want to go ahead and say what you wanted to? Is there something in particular you want to say before I start bringing questions in, or would you like me to ask questions?
Well, you can ask questions. For one, I'm his sister.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Our mama is who he was trying to get a hold of the morning he went disappeared. My brother Matt, our brother Matt, lives with our mama.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
Sabrina's my daughter.
My apologies, you guys. I went to go use the restroom and I didn't realize the ad was going to pop up first thing. I apologize.
I was Devlin's grandma, and when my parents adopted Devlin, he became my baby brother.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
That's where all the confusion is. But I'm not his step grandma.
Okay.
I'm his sister.
You're his sister, and
His grandma slash sister.
okay. And did he live with you?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And how was he acting before he disappeared? Anything unusual?
No, nothing out of the ordinary. He got up and left just like he normally does.
Just his normal routine kind of stuff.
Right. And Matt did not call Devlin. Devlin called to talk to our mama.
Okay.
Okay, guys, so I grabbed the wrong one. I thought this was the one with the dispatch audio on it, but actually this is kind of what we were talking about with Matt and Tamara in the beginning. And then also Panda Bear's mom's in this one, and she was the one that was doing all the craziness, behind the scenes we were talking about. So I guess I did pick the right one. I just didn't mean to. I think that's valid. Justice for Noog. Our foster care system is so slim, it appalls me to the hilt. And it's just sad because kids are falling through the cracks of the system. And it's been that way for just far too long. And Chuchi, I mean, that's one thing that I've had conversations about with others. How will she do a pregnancy if she goes into remission with her cancer? Well, the problem with that is, that was the question that broke the camel's back. And I've asked Jessica very many personal questions, right? Thank you, favorite auntie. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. I was like, I'm washing my hands. I'm like, oh no, I better hurry up. I got an ad playing. I didn't even realize it. Thank you. But yeah. And Cece, I just don't believe her one bit because I'll tell you what, I just asked her, do you have leukemia? And she said, what does that have to do with finding my son? And I said, because you obviously didn't tell me about that little tidbit. And that's kind of important. So, but she did want to tell me about every single other little detail. So for her not to bring that up, I just don't believe it, and I think that's incredibly cruel to do to Tamara because that is, what ultimately took Bill Tait's life. And any of us who know how ugly cancer can be, it's traumatizing for the family. And it was traumatizing for Devlin. And she has no business lying about that. And if she's willing to lie about that, what else can she lie about? Right? And I'm sure that she doesn't have cancer. And I'll apologize if I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. Yeah, she's the one that says her cancer comes and goes, Anna. Chuchi. Thank you. It's not funny. It's just that I laugh at awkward moments, and that's, to me, it's so awkward. Yeah. Yeah. She said she had leukemia, which is blood cancer. He's got a good smile. Devlin was a very cute kid, and another thing is too, is that, he had a couple of girlfriends going, guys. He really did. Apparently he had a girlfriend named Katie, in Ionia. And I don't know if Katie, had met with him that day. He said he was going to meet with his girlfriend on Easter Sunday, so, well, I'll tell you what, she absolutely has a horrible attitude, Fave Auntie. She really does. I don't know if she's CP level, but I will say that was one thing that I always thought, well, I mean, she's seems like she's being pretty truthful, right? Like she doesn't mind sending out information. But another thing that was a big red flag to me is that she wanted to send me text messages of, well, she kept on telling me, I'll just back up. She kept on telling me that she thought that Tammy and Sabrina and Will have something to do with Devlin's disappearance. And I didn't tell her she's wrong, right? I don't know. I'm not in the business of saying, no, you're wrong as his mom, and I'm right, or Tamara's right, or anybody's right, right? I mean, I can't make that distinction fully. I wish I could, right? I wish I was psychic, but I'm not. So, and I'll admit that. But I just follow the facts, right? I'm just trying to follow the facts, figure this out. It's tangled up. We're gonna undo the tangles a little bit, figure this out. But Jessica stopped at a certain point sending me text messages. So she started, and because I told her, I said, well, why don't you just tell me and show me everything that you want to show me and tell me what you want me to show, what you don't want me to show. But I need to show my audience some receipts, or it didn't happen, right? We all know that in true crime, we try to, follow the facts. So she sent me text messages from August to October of 2024. Now, I think that time frame is just as important. But more so, I really wanted to see more of what was happening right before Devlin went missing. Because yeah, the past is important, but I also told her, if you want to send me any abuse, like if you have any type of proof or evidence that Tamara or Sabrina or Will or any of them were abusing Devlin, please send it to me so I can see it, right? And then we'll talk about it accordingly. So she sent me all the way up into a certain time period. Well, I think that she was reading back over her text messages and she realized that at a certain point, she was doing just as much harm as she claims that Tamara and Sabrina were doing, right? And so then she didn't send me any more text messages, but then Tamara had sent me some text messages about the cancer bit. Well, that was in January of 2025, right? So closer to the time frame when Devlin went missing. And that had to be really, really rough on Devlin because he just lost his father figure, right? His dad, Bill Tait, to cancer. And he had to have been going through a tough time with it. And we know that because he told Jessica that he was going up to the church so he can sit and talk to his dad. Right? So the mind games are not okay from anybody. And when I see it, I'm going to call it out, whether people like it or whether they don't. I think she lies a lot to get sympathy and uses people for money and attention. I think so too, Detroit, because I mean, if you're having trouble taking care of one, why would you have another? You know? I know, Cinderella, I couldn't believe it. Yeah, she got together with a guy, you know? Oh, exactly, Justice for Noog. Right. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Why is she vaping? And she didn't want to be on a multi-stream because she wanted to be able to vape. Like, she honestly doesn't get it, you guys. And I've tried to explain it to Jessica. I've tried to explain to her she's got to keep open communication with Tamara, even if they don't, particularly get along with each other. Right? But how do you think Tamara feels knowing that she lost her father to cancer and then she felt bad for Jessica? Right? I mean, that's not right either. And so she was like, please don't tell Devlin yet. And then Jessica turned around and told Devlin that she has cancer. That's not what a mom does. We don't want to hurt our children ever like that. I don't care if you like his adopted father or not. It's evil. Holly says, "Do you think it's possible she's not telling the truth about the pregnancy?" Holly, I tried to Google search the pee stick, but I can't even say it. Oh my lord. Okay, so when I was super sleuthing, I'm just kidding. Well, I mean, we were wondering about it, right? Because yeah, because she was sending the picture around, of the pea stick. And so I was like, is that a stock image? What is that? I'm a little shell shocked from SF and his debauchery with the dogs. I was like, okay, let's check that against Google, make sure that's not someone else's pea stick. Oh my God. These cases, I'll tell you what. Laura, good to see you. Hello. Oh, well, great. Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming in. Aw. I can't help it, Kylie. I can't help it. Oh my gosh. It's horrible because I really don't I find it to be so infuriating. Like when I found out, I was like, "Oh," and sometimes if I laugh and I'm mad, it's like not a good thing, right? It's like, "Oh shit, she's about to blow her lid," but I mean, I'm like, "Oh my God," like, because I lost my mom to cancer too. I know a lot of you guys know that, and it was back in 2006. It was a long time ago, but I was her caregiver, and so it's very difficult, and I know a lot about cancer, because I researched every single thing because I wanted her to stay alive. And I know it's sad, and it's not about me, but I'm just saying from a personal standpoint. And then you all know about my good friend's granddaughter, right? And she was just able to come back home from Children's Hospital. So, and she's 2 years old and she had leukemia, right? She's in remission, but it's still, it's very hard because it could come back, and when you're 2 years old, you should never have to go through that. And then we have Mr. and Mrs. E, that have been dealing with that with their son. Um, you just can't go around, and I don't know who is that bold, to think that they're not going to be affected by it. Yeah, Laura, he really has been. He really has been drawn through the ringer. Through the ringer. And so I'm glad that person did leave chat. I had no idea about that, being the person. I think it was mentioned to me, but I didn't remember who exactly did that. Um, and I'm always just leery of people collecting money for it sucks because you have to be leery of people collecting money. Good morning, Mama. And, and the thing is, in Devlin Tate's case, there was some funds that were misappropriated. Again, I don't expect people to know everything about the case before they speak on it because I thought I had a good amount of information, um, from Panda Bear's mom. She had been on Jay's channel, and so I thought, Crime Time Buzz. And so I thought, okay, well, I think I have a good understanding of what's happening. But as you peel back the layers of the onion, you realize more, right? You keep finding information. If you're not continuously digging, then you're not really trying to find this child, right? And if you're not willing to be bold and brave and get up here and tell the story like it is because you're afraid someone's going to get mad at you, that's not the way to approach it either, because you're not being fair to the victim. And in my opinion, Devlin's a victim, right? I don't like to say that about him. I think he's a survivor also. I don't like to say that he's not with us anymore. Devlin had court, guys. Devlin had court. And I had asked Tamara her opinion. I think that Sabrina was going to give us her opinion. But again, we had Jessica in the chat and she was, very vocal. And then I don't know if Sabrina could see the chat or not, but I did feel like she was holding back because when it came to the subject of Devlin talking with Jessica, I got the vibe from Sabrina that the relationship, they weren't sure, I don't want to speak for everyone, but Sabrina and Tamra were not sure about how that relationship was going to continue on, right? Because Devlin was taken from his mother when he was a baby, and she didn't see him or talk to him until he was 18 years old. And so with that comes a lot of catching up to do, right? But not only that, they were trying to protect Devlin, and I can understand that. I would do the same thing if it was me. However, Jessica wasn't wanting to take the proper steps, and I think that Sabrina would have elaborated on that a little bit more had Jessica not been so vocal in the chat, which again, everybody gets to speak their piece as long as they're being respectful. So with that being said, I asked Tamra what her thoughts were on that. Do you think that Devlin was trying to impress his mother by acting out in a bad way and getting in trouble more often? Is that something that happened more so after he started talking with his mom? Because in my opinion, when I have a mother talking about catching a case and doing the, Billy Badass shit. I don't think that's appropriate. I think she should have been the adult and a good role model for Devlin. And even though she was trying to demonstrate to me why she believed that Tamra or Sabrina or Will or whoever in the house had involvement in her son's disappearance, she also revealed to me how she was behaving toward Devlin. So she better put down that vape and whatever else she's doing, or she will lose that baby and possibly her other son. How selfish can one person be? Sickening, in my opinion. Detroit, I can't believe it. I was absolutely shocked when I heard, especially with the guy who tells you to forget about your kid. And now you have a kid with him? You're going to have a kid with that one? Lord have mercy. Yeah, Janet. Yeah, I'm praying for Seth too. Hey, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. But Seth is the only one looking for his son, and he's got a rock solid alibi as well. What time did Cameron get Devlin at Carl's? Well, he used his bridge card apparently at 8:21, Faye. And that's been confirmed to me by multiple sources. So I'm worried about it being cold, Shauna, when I'm there, Was going to ask if the girlfriend confirmed a meeting with him at the park or something. No, Sammy, I have no confirmation on that. No, but was she the one you were wanting to talk to via her parents? No, it's okay. So it is confusing because Marie was Devlin's girlfriend who was underage, but this other girl, Katie, lives in Ionia, and apparently they were seeing each other as well. I don't know for how long or any of the details, but we're guessing that might have been the girlfriend that he met at the park on Easter. They are, Janet. They are. Absolutely. Well, she is Holly. She's only about herself. How do you even have time to do any of that hanky panky? Can somebody riddle me that? Because that's what I was shocked about. I'm like, so you mean to tell me that you weren't reaching out to the resources I was sending you for Devlin because you're too busy doing hanky panky? But you have a child who has special needs that needs your help as well. Not very far, Cece. You know. Yeah, there's a lot. There is a lot, Annalie. And the thing is there's so much. Um, there's just so much to his case. You know, the family dynamic. Also, you know, because you do have adoptive parents, and then you have Devlin living with his sister. So, um, it's very manipulative. It is emotional manipulation. It is, Faye, you know? Yeah, I know. The vaping is not good. And that's the thing is some people think that they can smoke, you know, the wackies tobackies when they're, you know, pregnant. Oh, it's not gonna hurt the baby. No, you shouldn't smoke anything, drink anything except for water. You know, stay healthy for 9 months. It's not much to ask. You know, but then again, do we need people stoned to the bone, you know, either? I don't know. Aw, that's right, Fave Auntie. Protect and love our children, our reason for living, in my opinion. Yeah, and you know, and that's the thing. I mean, I don't know, and I only had one, so I don't know. Um, but I just know that I've never wanted her to hurt, and I would never deliberately try to hurt her. And especially when, you know, Tamara's telling Jessica, hey, you know, Devlin is still taking, you know, our father's death really hard, and please don't let him know that information yet. And she just still spills the beans anyway. You know, I know, Faye. I'm so sorry to hear that. She says, I lost my dad and my best friend from cancer. I hate it when people joke with this. I know, or use it, you know, in order to get I don't know, attention, money. I don't know. It's very frustrating, Faye. It really is. Um, well, people are rude, Shauna, and I'm sorry that you've had to deal with that. But you know, I mean, the thing is that people always go after people when they have something important to say. Um, you know, it doesn't matter. If you have something very important or good to say, they're always going to attack you for it, unfortunately. And if you're willing to tell the truth, it's even worse. For someone who's so hung up on Adam to goes and gets pregnant with another man, well, Jessica, you lost any chance with Adam. Just saying, that's true. Chuchi. Well, you know, I mean, and that was the thing. I didn't think that she was really even going to go to Michigan for Devlin. I really believed that she was going to go to Michigan in order to cause trouble and to go see Adam in jail. You know, which I mean, hey, I can't stop her from doing that. But I mean, if the causing the trouble thing, yeah, I'm not okay with that. You know? Well, and as we get older, guys, our body just falls apart now, doesn't it? You know? So, yeah, Shauna, or you could come into the Discord. If you're a member, you get access to the Discord, girl. Come talk in there. You guys all are in there. But I'll give you Cinderella's email. Every day I just want to walk into my wardrobe and find a portal to another world, to Narnia, to Narnia. Yes, I want to live in Narnia. I'll come join you, Anna. When I need a break, I'll just go to Narnia. Yes. I think she does too, Holly. Well, I'll tell you, this is something that I was telling Tammy earlier too. I said, Jessica absolutely took advantage of the GoFundMe situation. Right, she did. And instead of being grateful about it, she wasn't. And, the only time that I've ever heard her cry was when she was crying that she lost her food stamps, you know? And I mean, she called me that day bawling her eyes out, you guys. I thought maybe something bad had happened or she saw something, I mean, there is a lot of drama out there. It is upsetting, but it was about the food stamps and they were reinstated. Everybody ended up getting it. And I know that's stressful. I'm not saying it's not, so no, Seth wasn't there until after he was notified by Chris and Katie, or well, I guess Chris, more like, you know. I know Justice for Nugan, that's another thing that, all it took was to see her on another channel, right? And Piper was just interviewing her. And it was broad daylight, and she had her other son, AJ, in a dark room. And that's what I was told by Tamra that she did to Devlin. So when I saw that, I was like, holy crap. There you go. There's the proof of it. And then not giving him his whole bag of feed. I mean, poor kid. We were talking about that too, Kylie. I don't know. It's to the best of my knowledge that he didn't see her anymore, but what if it was her? Like, I was thinking about that. Maybe it could be that he was still seeing Marie and the family didn't like it. See, with Devlin, there's just so many options. And again, that's why I wasn't going to completely condemn Tamara, Sabrina, Will, anybody. Right? So a lot of insecure people. I know, Anna. Well, and they don't take the time to figure things out before they just start speaking on a subject. Yeah, you guys are supposed to get such bad weather. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Kylie. I know, we have to say my opinion. She might be using AJ's illness to Devlin while she was dating, allegedly. Yeah, well, I mean, I could never stick around with some guy if he was, you know, telling me forget about my kid. No, that'll never happen. Yeah, Anna, it gets you in big ass trouble when you tell the truth, and it doesn't matter. It's like you can have the best of intentions. Anna says, "OMG, Lady Freedom, you cannot be more right there. If you tell the truth and are honest, you literally get penalized and attacked for it these days." Yeah, yeah, it's like good is bad, bad is good. So, mm, it's amazing. Well, and the thing is we have to tell the real story about what was going on in Devlin's life, even if it wasn't good, right? We all have, issues with family members or something. We don't get along, something bad happened, whatever the case may be. If everything was perfect, then there probably wouldn't be Devlin missing, right? But even in those situations, there's other elements or people that come into play that could be involved. And so I'm just not comfortable saying either way, one way or another, without any proof, right? And I've tried to look for the proof. I've even tried to ask for people to send me the proof. Yeah, well, exactly, Holly. And that's the thing. She wanted you know, she wanted me to be her bestie, and you know, I tried to be more of a support system, you know, but y- we were on the phone the one day, Chuchi and I, um, with her talking for hours about a lot of things that had nothing to do with Devlin, and then the things that we were talking about Devlin with, I was begging her not to listen to these people who are being crazy, right? So there's a medium that Jessica's been talking with, right, that says she's psychic or whatever. I don't mean to disrespect what she does. I'm just saying that I don't agree with it because it's a local person, and then another local person got together with her and they did a FaceTime with Jessica after telling her that her son was no longer with us. And then they were saying that we needed to look in the gravel pits and that Tim Hatfield was the one that did something to Devlin. Again, I'll just say this. For one, the gravel pits were something that were talked about in the very beginning, all over the Facebook pages and everything. The dogs allegedly hit somewhere near there, right? But for them to blame it on Tim, I'm just not comfortable with that without having more information, right? But then the person really lost me when they were talking about how this other girl, whose husband or baby's father knows Candace May and has been friends with her for years on Facebook, is also telling Jessica that she goes to the laundromat and sits where Devlin would plug his phone in to charge it, and she gets these weird auras and vibes. Now, if I'm being a support system for Jessica, am I going to let her believe that malarkey? No, I'm not. You know, I'm just not. And the fact that they're local doing this, and then I did some research, I'm finding they're connected. It's a small area, so everybody's kind of connected. But still, I'm just not okay with that. And again, I just don't think it's fair. That's right, Janet. God is love. God is always about truth, because soon as people think people are lying, it just blows up more in their face. Keep truth out here. That's right. Thank you, Janet. And I agree with that, even if it's stuff that we don't like, you know? I know. Well, I think Justice for Nuke, I do think that they're watching, you know? It is. It's a repeat, Chuchi. And the pattern is it's not a good thing, right? So, yeah. I mean, no doubt. And I think that's what everybody's kind of recognizing. I knew that was going to kind of be a bombshell, but since I heard that she had put that out on Piper's, I didn't feel like I was telling anything that she didn't want out there yet, you know. Again, I try to be, you know, respectful of information that I have, but and really it doesn't help find Devlin because, you know, it's just an excuse not to go looking or not to reach out to resources or whatever. Oh, my morning sickness. Oh, my this, my that, my butt hurts. You know, it's ridiculous. Burger Sleuth, thanks for being here. Jesus is truth. Hell is real. We all sin. Very true. He died on the cross to pay for our sins, was buried and rose again the third day. Put your faith in him alone to save you. Trust in what he did for you. Thank you, Burger, for reminding us of that. And it's true. We all have sinned. We all will sin. You know, none of us are above it. We're all human beings. That's why, you know, it's very difficult for me to just always take one side or the other. I mean, let's be honest. You know, Matt doesn't have the best past. And no, I do not agree with people that do that to children. I don't think it's right. But in the same way, he is part of Devlin's family. And so I wanted him to have a voice, even if I didn't agree with him. her ungratefulness over the money not being enough. Yikes. I could only shake my head. I knew she was fake. I mean, Justice for Noob, when she came up on the last panel, I had her on and she was complaining about that. If you guys could have saw me, like if it wasn't just my avatar, you would have saw my mouth drop open. Like I was like, oh my God. Like I can't believe someone sabotaging themselves, but then to be so ungrateful. I mean, that's really going to make people want to help you out, is to act like a jerk, right? Too much drama while Sebastian and Devlin are missing. It is Faye. It doesn't help. It doesn't help. And that's why I would like to nip it in the butt with this other creator, because I get that they're going on their own path with this, um following the leads that they're looking into and things like that. I get it. But to cause division where there is no division anymore, I don't see that. In Sebastian's case, it's so out of control that I don't think it can be turned around. Um and I never wanted it to get like that. So yeah, she ran away. Exactly. Exactly. And that was another thing that Jessica was not honest with me about. Not at all. You know, she lost her other two girls to CPS, right? And one of those girls she says is Adam's daughter, right? And again, I have to correct the family tree on that, because I don't believe that Adam is Devlin's father. And that's due to research, That's right, Indigo. We do need to find him no matter what. No matter what. No, I don't think she's paying her at all, Shauna. No, I think that she's I think that she excuse me. I think that they think it's funny to mess with her, right? Cuz why would you do that? You know? I know, little Miss Sharon. My conclusion is with missing children or adults is there is no drama when parents are close to people that are innocent, in my opinion. And I think that, you know, if we don't explore every single option, then we're not doing the case enough justice, right? If we're only saying what we think that somebody else wants to hear, we're not telling the truth, you know? So Justice for Noog, no, the FBI has not gotten involved. I do know that Missing in America made a flyer for Devlin, so they're involved. Also, Missing in Michigan, um, and then NamUs. He's not on the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, but I believe that's because of his age. So I mean, I think, Faye, that the police needed to look at more angles in Devlin's case as well. I mean, I think they're absolutely working the leads. I know that for a fact. But I do think that they probably should have gotten some polygraphing out of the way. Faye, I do. I think they should have gotten some polygraphs done to alleviate pressure off of the family, right? Let's clear the family, in other words, because it's not fair for them to go through what they're going through if they have no involvement, right? Hey, MST. So, I just don't want, I mean, because if we're focusing in the wrong direction, that's not good, you know? Shauna, I agree there. Yeah, the last person is always the first suspect. Additionally, I also believe if all this happened on your watch, you're the first subject in my first suspect in my opinion. Yeah, and I think it's just natural, right? Because you figure that person has the most information. So when they're not forthcoming with it, then it does make us suspicious, right? And it does make the person look suspect. Like they're not um like they're not being 100% honest. In Katie's case, it was the changing of the stories, it was adding in details. And if we look back on the interviews, Katie was adding details because she knew what was being, well, I'll say it like this. She knew what was being gathered, and she should have never been able to be privy or pervy to that information, right? So, for example, all of a sudden, Katie starts talking about how she drove around the neighborhood. That was never something that she told anyone. But then when she realized that she was caught on camera driving around the neighborhood and driving over to the school and driving here and driving there, yeah, then she added it to her story, right? So why didn't you just tell us to begin with that's what you did? Another thing that changed was Sebastian's description of his clothing, and also saying that Sebastian was so young in mind and all of these things, making us believe that he could run away, right? Or that he would run away, but we don't know why he walked out the door. You know, those are major conflicts, right? My son's not a runner. He's never run away before. And then going, I don't know why he walked out that door. I mean, it sounds like a freaking rhyme, like she made it up, right? He's never run away before. Don't know why he walked out the door. I mean, what are you, a rapper, Katie? Chris doesn't like rap. I mean, the hip hop. We don't do the hip hop in this house. Fuck. Sorry. But yeah, it makes it's muddying the waters, right? And that's why she looks so suspicious as well. Oh my goodness, Detroit, you stay warm. Oh my goodness. Oh, Burr, -3. Oh my gosh, -25. That reminds me of Chicago. I wonder why the video of Devlin, the last scene, has not been public, as well as Sebastian. So I am wondering the same thing, Sandwich, especially at this point in the game. So I wondered that about Devlin. Let's go to Devlin first. So with Devlin, why they're not putting out the last footage of Devlin, I don't know. Why they never put the footage out of Devlin at Bob's barn even, I don't know. And maybe not him singing, but maybe of him, showing his movements, take the sound out, and show us, exactly what he looked like before he went missing, right? Um, and let's see him in action, but they have never done that. And I'm curious as to why. Maybe somebody was following Devlin in the store and they're suspicious of this person, and that could be why. With Sebastian taking the trash out, I'm not sure again why that video has not been released, because then we can make up our own mind, you know? Oh my goodness, it's only 1 degree in upstate New York. Goodness sakes, MST, you guys got to stay warm. Oh my goodness. -10. Oh my gosh, brr. Yeah. Yeah. I agree, Sam. Sadly, Jessica has a lot and even more going on to deflect her from putting her best efforts forward to find her son. Right. And it's all things that she's done. It's not things beyond her control. It's absolutely within her control to put her efforts and, all of her time and energy towards finding Devlin. She's definitely obviously not doing that. And I told her I don't appreciate, like, the day that Brandon left in a huff because she was talking to me about her missing son. Oh yeah, I didn't like that guy at all. you know? So, Yeah, I do not believe her at all, Shauna. I think she is definitely being dishonest, so yeah, and that's a big one. I'd be asking for a polygraph for sure. Um, yeah, Sebastian runs a school, Janet. That's a good point. That's a good point, you know. Then she tells us a story about him actually running, and then it's like, what the heck? Um, Little Miss Sharon says, in my opinion, KP has been watching other mothers of missing children and going, or excuse me, and coping or copying, excuse me, copying their response. KP basically said the same thing as Elizabeth Sparksbaum, allegedly, in my opinion. I wanted to do that. I wanted to do the comparison, but A&E wouldn't let me do it. They were like, "No, you can't use our content." Thanks, Little Miss Sharon. I knew what you're talking about. Um, the 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. window, plus the thud. Uh, you have not 9 p. Okay. Oh no, I see what you're saying, Shauna. The 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. window, plus the thud. You have to believe her, and there's no witnesses to her confirming he was even there. So we hinge on after the Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, yeah. Well, and the noise, the noise. She talked about in a couple of the interviews, but then when Nancy Grace asked her what kind of noise was it, she said just a thud. You know, -14 in Minnesota. Hey, Witchy Mama. Just listening quietly tonight. I got a headache. Oh, I'm so sorry. I know. I thought I was going to get a headache myself. All this stuff. Oh, I hope you feel better soon. Um, and you don't check. I mean, I would check. And remember, Sebastian has carpet in his room, guys. So there shouldn't have been that big of a thud. Even if he fell out of the bed. Bubba, did you? And then shit. And then Nancy Grace says, well, what did you say to him when he fell out of the bed or whatever? Or what did you say to him, or whatever? And she goes, Bubba, did you? I can't even say it with a straight face. Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And then he said, no, ma'am. But that's not what Katie said. When she was talking about the noise, she said, I don't care what you're doing in there, but you need to go to sleep. And she was very adamant about saying that to Heather, the first PI that Seth had. Yes, I know. Justice for New. I do miss Chicago though a little bit. Not when it's cold, but definitely at other times. Do you have to keep your tap water dripping overnight so it doesn't freeze up? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I would definitely recommend that. Yeah. So yikes, Chi Chi 8 degrees. Oh my goodness. You guys. I think the thud was probably made up, Justice for Noog. I think Kylie, I can't help it. When she says, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? I was like, oh, hell no, Katie, because she never said anything like that before. And then but she's in the hot seat with Nancy, relentless over there. Nancy yells at her panel guests. Nancy belittles her panel guests, and then you got the two of them, those two fools up there. I'm like, oh, here we go. She's about to get cooked by Nancy. And actually, I thought Nancy was quite nice to them. I really thought Nancy was light with them, you know. But it's just unbelievable, you know. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's what I think it was, Shauna. I think she was trying to give off a proof of life statement in order because people were like, "Well, what do you mean you didn't go check on him?" Right? And we're thinking, okay, if our, even and I hate using this analogy. It's horrible, but I mean, like, if my dog is in the other room, because I don't have kids in the house no more, right? My daughter's grown up. She's graduating with her master's. I'm very excited, ecstatic for her. She worked really hard for that. Either way, I have a dog kid, and if he fell out of the bed or I heard a thud back there, I'd be like, "Dude, are you all right?" I'd be checking on him. I'd be like, "Hey," and I don't call him Bubba. No, I call him Django or Mr. Beagle. And I'd say, "Oh my gosh, Mr. Beagles, are you okay?" And he'd probably look at me like, "Yeah, whatever." But I mean, you would check on him. Sebastian has a pocket of fluid on his brain, guys. Not a lot of people talk about that with Sebastian. Um, not a lot of people talk about that. I'm gonna go ahead and put Sebastian back up here because I wanted to give them kind of equal time. Um, we need to find these kids. We need to find these kids. Oh, that's my justice for Sebastian. Sorry, let me take that one down, but that's a good one. I guess you guys can still hear me. I'll just leave that up. Um, so yeah, we absolutely need to find Sebastian. And you know, people don't talk a lot about his rare chromosome deletion that he has, but that's another reason why you would check on your child. But even so, even say there's no medical issues or whatever, you still check on your son. If you hear a noise in their bedroom and they went to bed an hour ago, you would at least want to make sure that they were okay and that they weren't messing around, and that sort of thing. I know. Well, Faye, that's what makes me think that as well. Faye says Sebastian couldn't be the one who threw the trash out. Police found no scent of Sebastian outside the house, in my opinion. Faye, and that's a great point. The dogs were there and they were sniffing out. The one was a bloodhound, right? But they were not cadaver dogs, so they're not trying to find someone who's passed already. They're looking for a live scent, right, of a live person. And if Sebastian went and took the trash out the night before, the dogs would have followed that, I believe. And I agree with you. And MST says, I wonder what Sebastian does in his bedroom all evening if he doesn't play video games. Seems like he would come out to watch TV, get a snack, or take a shower. Well, I know MST, and I think that's what's so weird as well, is that, there was no wind down, right? So when we think of anyone, any of our kids, or even ourselves, like I told you guys, I get wired after my live streams, even if I was tired, and then all of a sudden, I'm done with the live, woohoo, that's great. And then, I'm over there making videos or watching something, or, I'm wired for a little bit. And so I can imagine if Sebastian had a full day, like we know he did, there would be some sort of a cool down period or wind down period, right? Where it's a school night. You have to get up in the morning. Let's get your backpack together. Let's take a hot shower, wind down. Why don't you read a book, right? Or I'll read to you. I mean, when they're 15, they can do things like that on their own. But whatever is calming to him, or put on soft music, that might help. Um, but that there was none of that, and there was no mention of him taking his nighttime medicine, which we know that he was taking medicine. Well, according to Chris and Katie. I'll send some heat to you guys from Australia. Oh, it's getting over 40 degrees. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Little Miss Sharon, so it's nice and hot. Yeah, they said the thud was around 10 p.m. MST. Yeah, that time has stayed consistent, you know. Kylie, that's funny. How does she know what time it was if she was sleeping, Faye? Well, that's what Betty was talking about today, because like she was doing multiple things, right? And when you're studying, you're learning, so your brain is working, so you're either studying or you're sleeping or you're talking on the phone or um, she said she was reading a chapter for school. So I'm guessing she had a physical book, but that, they do have online books as well. So maybe she was on the phone with Chris, and also I don't know how you can be reading a chapter for school and on the phone with Chris at the same time. But then she also said she was falling asleep, but she didn't go to bed until midnight. None of it works. No, and the last proof of life that we have is him walking out of the Texas Roadhouse. When Seth asked for that proof of life, he was given that. If I heard a thud in my flat, I would climb out of the window and run for my life and live on my own. Anna, that's funny. Yeah, I mean, I would just think that, like, maybe I don't know. I would check. I would check. And I know that's like the first thing, if you watch that movie Scream and they're like, oh, yeah, there's all these things that you shouldn't do, don't investigate a noise. But I mean, if your kid's in there, um, I mean, yeah, Janet, I just think that whole story is off, the whole story is off. Yeah, and I don't believe her, Shauna. I don't. I just don't. I may be completely misremembering, and I still don't know what I would remember about the bowling shoes. Seem like uh, this came after the chatter. Why are there so sure about the 12 to 6 if he went to bed at 9? Well, I mean, that's what Chris was telling Nina. And he also said that a couple of times between the hours of 12 a.m. to 6, he's basically vanished, is what he said. Walked out the front door and poof, he's gone. You know? Yeah, I can't look at that as a fact. There's no proof, right? I don't think, Shauna. You know? Yeah, wind down after a full day. Exactly, Cheryl. Watch some TV, play a game, or just cuddle with him on the couch. Shower and get ready for a school day. Check to make sure he has his homework done. I mean, all of that, right? Have your school clothes laid out. And we know that Sebastian worried about his school clothes even when he was little, right? He's calling dad, hey, I got picture day. I want to look handsome, dad. What a little cutie pie. What a little cutie pie. There was no mention of a shower or brushing his teeth, etc. What a mom, KP, not in my opinion. No, none of that. None of that, Faye Auntie. She said he was playing in his room. And then about 9 o'clock, she said she let him stay up a little bit later that night. That was added in the Only Hands video. And she said, he said, good night, mama. Good night to his puppies. When I told him to go to bed, he did. Haha. She laughs a little bit. So that's funny. But I mean, if your kiddo is bad, if your kiddo was in the room, you would go check. I'm sure Anna. Anna's like, I'd be out of there. Katie and Sebastian, same shoes, dressed in black. Yeah, same shoe. Very similar. Very, very similar. Well, and Shauna, Chris doesn't talk about it as if he heard Katie saying anything either. I mean, if I'm on the phone with you and you hear a thud in your son's room, then I might hear you say, hey, are you okay in there? Or Bubba, did you fall out of the bed or whatever? And I would hear that over the phone. So I would be a witness to that. But and that is, a direct witness account if I'm on the phone with you. And that's the thing where Chris puts him in the situation directly, as being on the phone with Katie for 3 hours or 2 hours or whatever it is. I think I think it ended up to be about 2.5 hours or something. Um, you know, Well, and I don't know. We just don't know. We know what time Katie left the Texas Roadhouse. We just don't know what time she made it home. I heard it was somewhere around 7 o'clock. You know, but it shouldn't take her longer than 15 minutes to get home. You know. Oh yeah, Faye. Yeah. Also, the workers from the cleaning company said the trash bins were unusually heavy that day. Sebastian couldn't lift the heavy bags. Well, and if he rolled the can to the end of the driveway, because I could see him being able to roll it over there. But that was one thing that I don't understand because they have an arm that lifts the trash can up and dumps it into the back of the trash truck. It's not like they physically get out and dump the trash, so I don't see how they knew it was heavier, you know? Yeah, business business administration, Sammy. She's so nervous, and then she said the barn instead of the barn. The barn. But she did that too on the interview with at the 1 year mark. She said Sebastian doves cats instead of loves. She said with a D, doves. And I'm like, and she did not correct herself. I don't know, Katie's so strange. She was studying to be an RN, reading on the phone between 9:43 and 11:47. But if she was still on the phone with Chris, um and she didn't say studying to be an RN. She told Nancy Grace that she was studying business administration, but she didn't say business. She says business administration. She was on the phone studying and sleeping all at the same time. MST. It is a bullshit story. Oh, definitely. Oh gosh, Mama, it's so freezing cold. That means whatever happened after midnight, she was asleep. Exactly. And I think that's what he was trying to say, Sam. Yeah. That, because she doesn't know what happened because she went to bed at midnight and then she tried to wake him up for school and he wasn't there. Why did KP quit school if she didn't know if Sebastian would be found? I don't know. I'm guessing it was all the stress and everything. I would think, you know, that's my only guess, you know. I do not remember her saying she had a glass of wine. Indigo, no, I don't remember that, but that doesn't mean it was never said, just because I don't remember it. In my opinion, they used the phone call with CP to give an alibi that he was in Memphis. I think so too, Faye. Yeah. Yeah. I do too. But that doesn't mean that he couldn't have driven from Memphis and back in between those hours. Um some people have taken the back way in and driven it quicker than, the recommended time. Yeah, didn't wash his face, none of that stuff. Yeah. And she also said, yep, that she went around in 1 minute flat. Yeah, I think she was up all night, you know? Yeah, I think from the hours of 7 I think from when they left the Texas Roadhouse until 6 a.m. is unaccounted for, Shauna. I don't think we have very much clarification on any of that, you know? Oh, Thomas says, I believe there was a phone call, but it was for something else, in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, I definitely don't think they were talking about school or, I mean, what do you talk to somebody about for 3 hours anyway? So then Chris said Sebastian was like Houdini. Yep. On his first or second day, he was missing how it would be a case that would be studied for years to come. Yeah, he said that on Duchess for sure. You know, I will always want to wonder why he was not home for a whole month. And yeah, what was the daily routine looking like? Yeah, being away. I wonder the same thing, Sam, because we know that Katie was doing different things when Chris was home than when he wasn't. You know, for instance, sorry, I usually mute myself if I'm moving around, but so we know that Chris was most likely told to leave the house. I mean, that's my theory anyway, right? Because there were 4 CPS reports. The 5th one was filed when Sebastian went missing. But Katie was getting in trouble, and we talked about this a little bit last night. She was getting in trouble by CPS for co-signing on Chris, right? For allowing for the abuse. They were not happy with Katie either. Not that she was the one particularly administering the abuse, but she was allowing for it. And so that was one thing that was shared with us about the records. And so just the fact that she was allowing for it was getting her in trouble. And so I believe that the solution, whether it was going to be a long-term solution, which I don't think it was meant to be that way, or a short-term one, was that Chris probably needed to leave the house, and that might help things a little bit. But I don't know how, they were adjusting to that. I don't know. Katie said that the neighbor that morning that she was sleeping on the couch never said anything about a phone call. Yeah, I know. I know. She definitely lied about a lot of things. Katie has. Again, I don't believe that Sebastian taking out the trash can be confirmed. She says yes. I don't think so. Oh no, the point I was making is that I would react to a thud. Yeah, if someone lived with me, yeah, 100% check on them. Yeah, it's only because I'm home alone and a wuss that I would run. Anna, that's funny. No, you're not a wuss. I completely understand. Um, yeah, CPS open case pending. The abuser must leave the home during the investigation. Yeah. Yeah. So then Chris, um, took a job out of town and was living in his RV. And I do think that's a big piece that is very important. And again, even if it upsets someone because we're talking about it, it's part of what happened, right? It's part of the sequence of events, and it's important. I believe CPS took CP out of the home until they can investigate. I believe so too, Faye. Yeah. Yeah. It would be the smart thing to do, right? It would be the thing to do to diffuse the situation. And I do believe that was part of the, short-term solution while they were investigating. The issue is Katie as a mom should have realized that was the straw that broke the camel's back, right? She should never have allowed herself to continue on with a man that she does not have biological children with at all, to treat her biological son like he was treated. And that was the issue at hand, and Katie wasn't financially being financially abused, right? Like, she was able to work. To the best of my knowledge, it's not like Chris was taking all her money, because some abusers will do that, guys. The financial abuse is real. If the abuser is taking all of your money all the time and not allowing you to ever have any of it, even though you're working for yourself, that's financial abuse. KP was not allowed around Sebastian. CPS. Well, Katie was, yeah. I mean, if they maybe should have taken Sebastian out of the household, but see, the problem is they were not telling Seth about what was going on. CPS acted like, yeah, never RN. I've never heard the RN thing. Just business business administration down at the bond. um, but if they would have contacted his father, who had 50-50 custody of him, Seth Rogers, They should have contacted his father, and they did not. They failed to do that, you know? Just Shanna, I was thinking that myself before. Now I just think Katie's ultra manipulative, but I mean, I could be wrong. There could be some of that going on. Yeah, it is confusing, Sammy. It is. It's because, they've never been truthful. Sorry, that was confusing. People say, how do you know he didn't leave between 9 and 12 if you didn't check on him? Yeah. Oh, yeah, because I heard a noise in his room. I think people made the thud in response. Oh, they made up the thud in response to people. Yeah, I think so too. Well, it's a long time. They had a long time in between when Sebastian was last seen and when he was reported missing. You know, really ample time to do whatever they wanted to do and get away with whatever they were getting away with, right? And also, I think it's a very strong possibility that they have hidden Sebastian out, but I also think it's a strong possibility that something more nefarious could have happened. But I'm just not willing to um, say one way or another. I don't know. She lies specifically when she, yeah, I mean, you just the story just doesn't make any sense with Mama. It just doesn't. I jumped up and ran when my cats are zooming and knocked something over in Detroit. Oh, my room is in the back of the house, and I have always got up to check any noise. My kids tease me because I check 10 times. Aw, I know. Well, and I would just think that if there was a thud, I would be worried about him hitting his head on the bed post or not the bed post, but you know what I'm saying, like the backboard of the bed or something like that, or I don't know if he had a nightmare or something. I mean, we just know that Sebastian was going through a lot of stuff. Yeah, the fact that she gets so nervous in the interviews tells me she isn't a psychopathic, like many experts have said. I think KP has more of a personality disorder. Yeah, I think histrionic or BPD, in my opinion. Yeah, Anna, that's my assessment of Katie, which I'm not a doctor, but I do think that histrionic fits with Katie. Definitely dark triad, and it's just the characteristics that we've seen, that are outward, is the reason I think that. And if we watch like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, if we watch how performative Amber Heard is, and now she's an actress, but um, it comes with that personality disorder, so. But the thing about that though, Sammy, too, is that even though CP was alibying himself, he also put himself with the last person that saw Sebastian, and that wasn't smart on his behalf, right? I mean, even though they think that they did something to get over on everybody, they made so many mistakes, and that one was one of them, right? Because it puts Chris it puts Chris there because he's on the phone, right? Again, like if I was talking with you on the phone, I mean, I'm a witness to what happened in a sense of what I'm overhearing or what you're telling me, what I can hear going on in the background. If she said, "Bubba, did you fall out of the bed?" He's going to hear that part. Maybe he won't hear "No, ma'am," or whatever Sebastian's response, but he would hear Katie say it at least, and he could recall that, as someone who was on the phone with her. Um, hey, Carmen, good to see you. Like a massive attention seeker, sort of like Amber Heard. Yeah, yeah, create, yeah, just kind of make crazy making, yeah, lies, super dramatic, yeah, for no reason. I mean, even when she's describing Sebastian, I don't know about the smartwatch, Janet. I know. That's one of the things that I think is important too. Yeah, I think she was up all night, Faye. She didn't look like she got a lot of sleep. And then there was also those pictures that came out where her bedroom light was on. So I'm like, well, you know, letting dogs out before bed or in the morning not mentioned. That's true. Even though Chris said put the dogs up and go to bed. She never mentioned letting the dogs out in the morning. That's true. She never talked about like grabbing a cup of coffee or like you guys were saying earlier, no washing her face, brushing her teeth real quick. Now, I don't know what time Katie started work or anything like that. I would imagine it would have been after 7 when Sebastian got off the bus. But I do know that she wouldn't get off of work until after Sebastian got off the bus, right? Because he was coming home, he knew the code to the front door and then he would use the code to get in, allegedly. Yeah, I think the police need to look into it. All of it. All of it. They need to continue to look into it, right? They can't um let it all go. I mean, and again, guys, with that warrant that was served and they were taking cameras and I mean, we've talked a lot about it here, but you don't get just a warrant with no probable cause. So, here in America, you have to get a warrant. There's no illegal search and seizure here. And so, if you do that, you're not only ruining every bit of evidence that you've collected, because it'll be thrown out of court, but you're also probably going to get in trouble for trampling over people's civil rights. And I know that in this area, it's questionable, but in the same way, I just don't think that they would ever take that chance. So with them getting that probable cause for the, in order to get the search warrant, um, they must have had good reason. Yeah, he was home for the school meeting. That's right. Yeah, that's a fact. The teacher said KP and CP humiliated Seth in front of everyone, allegedly. Yeah. So that's why Detroit, I think that he either came back from Memphis just for that meeting and then drove back, or he didn't leave until after that meeting occurred. So, yeah. Yeah, he did. Yes. Remember he was calling him Paul Paul. Paul Paul, sorry. And then Paul Paul, I'm like, "Oh God." And Alex Murdaugh, he's an oddly charming character. There were times where I almost felt sorry for him in court, and then I'm like, "What am I, nuts?" Good night, Chuchi. And I'm going, "What am I, nuts?" And then I listened to his and Buster's jail calls. Oh my God, guys. Yeah. Yeah. That song, "I'm a fool to do your dirty work." Yeah, that's the song I heard in my head when I was listening to uh Alex Murdaugh and Buster Murdaugh's phone calls. Because poor Buster, you know. But he just goes along with whatever his dad says. Hello, Kaiji's campfire. Good to see ya. Many people have speculated that CP called KP and left his phone in Memphis. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, to me, with her, and I think KP left her phone, etc., in the car as a decoy, took it to her home while she took Sebastian elsewhere. Well, and I've been kind of bouncing the theories around of, if Sebastian also made it home, uh, Katie was out and about in the neighborhood for quite a while before she reported Sebastian missing. And then even after he was reported, she stayed out looking for him. We hear that in the dispatch audio, even though Katie is trying to have us believe that Chris told her to go back to the house because they're on their way, like as if she met them there. But that's not what happened. She was still out in the neighborhood and wasn't home when the police were uh, arriving. So, hey Brad, wouldn't they have street cameras from the Texas Roadhouse to her house? They actually don't. And we were looking because I forget what the road is, but there's one over by the BP gas station, and it kind of looks like there's a camera, like a street light camera, but it's not. And a lot of the cameras, I guess, weren't working according to Chris Proudfoot. Yeah, he didn't mind disciplining, ruling with an iron fist, so to speak, you know. And I just don't see how that's effective with anyone. I mean, what's the kid gonna do if they get upset with somebody at school? Knock them a good one? MST says I would have liked to have seen her grocery receipt where she said that she only bought snacks for Sebastian, yeah, for the upcoming week. If she didn't, that would show, or if she didn't, that would show that she didn't expect him to be home. She said that they put groceries up, but I don't know how much groceries they actually, brought home. And I've always thought it was odd, MST, because, BJ's Wholesale kind of seems like it's one of those places where you buy in bulk. And so if there's only two of them, I don't see why she would have to buy in bulk. I mean, in that case, Walmart's going to do you just fine, or Kroger, or whatever. Publix, whatever. And Sebastian was supposed to go with Seth. The timeline doesn't add up. Yeah, when Sebastian was done with the school year, he was supposed to go stay with Seth. Yep, he sure was. Oh, thank you, little Miss Sharon. Oh, if you got a membership from little Miss Sharon, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. That's a great question. It's like the night that the lights went out in Georgia. Cameras everywhere, please. Detroit. But the way he speaks, he sounds like he was there. Yeah, he does. Yeah, when he says we, oh, definitely. Oh, yeah. He made that big mistake a couple of times. You know. Yeah, Craddock and his department are in the way, in my opinion, too, Holly. I think that's why it's so important. Thanks, Sammy. Yeah, I think it's so important for us to go, guys. That's why, and I was glad because I was praying on it a lot. I'm like, should I even be going and doing this? Like, are we antagonizing the situation? I went back and forth. I think a lot, it's not like I just go ahead and do shit. When I was younger, I did, but these days I put a lot more thought into things, and Aw, Pink Skies, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Yay, little Miss Sharon. Thank you. Aw. And I was glad when I was notified of what the United Cajun Navy had to say. I really was. I know. I don't know why he couldn't tell us whether it was a FaceTime call or not, Sammy. And that's a really good point. Because if we know whether it was a FaceTime interaction or not, then he should be, then if there was a thud, he can physically see Katie spin her head around, right? Like all of us, imagine you're sitting there, you're talking, you're obviously she's comfortable because she says she's fallen asleep. And then all of a sudden you hear this thud. Yeah, I mean, you're going to see her physically make, turn her head. I would. So, yeah, and they never treated it like a crime scene to begin with, and they contaminated the crime scene, in my opinion. You know? Yeah, exactly, Sam. A total pushover. And God only knows how well they knew Holly Thompson. Hey, Sally. Sally says, I wonder if he was home for school meeting so he could control the narrative. I think so. I think so, Sally. I think he showed up for that just so he could be in control of the situation, so he can have his say so. And I wouldn't put it past him to drive the 6 hours round trip or more in order to be there for that. And he might shower in the morning, KJ, but Gosh, can you imagine waking up at 6 o'clock and having to get all of that done by 7 o'clock? I mean, because he had to be out by the bus around 7. So, well, and Sam, that kennel video was the smoking gun. There's always a smoking gun. We just need to look for it. We need to put our heads together because I mean, there's always that smoking gun. I believe so, Indigo. Yeah. I mean, I've heard rumors to the contrary, but I do believe that Katie's living at the house, as far as I know. Yeah, I think, well, MST apparently they did check, but I don't know. That's the worst part about not being able to trust in law enforcement. MST says I would check the cameras at the entrances to the interstates between midnight and 6 a.m. Yeah, and it's to the best of my knowledge that they know, you know, um, all the cars that weren't supposed to be in the area. Yeah, I know, and I missed some of that, Sam, because I was behind. Seth's comment earlier got me shooketh. Still, he didn't know where they were or are. What? I know. I know. It's terrible. What Seth has had to endure is absolutely off the charts. Drifting from a box of vino. But I think that's why Nancy Grace was asking her, were you drinking? Were you taking anything over the counter? Like, I mean, even if she was to take NyQuil or something, you know what I mean? Like, that can kind of make you drowsy, you know? Seth was at the conference. Yeah. Yeah. Apparently he was there. Yeah. And all the threats, Janet, I know. Yeah, it's a huge site. Yeah, he was at 250 feet in the air, stuck wondering where his son was. It changes the story optics. Well, it does. And, he absolutely didn't start work that early. None of those crane operators do. And thank God for Bullhorn Betty going up there and checking it out. Aw, thank you, Detroit. And Silvers too. Silvers went up there and was checking that out, asking people questions. I don't know, Sam. She lived they lived right by the school. I always wondered that too. What was going on with that? Yeah. Katie was going off, right? She showed her true colors. I wish we would have heard that in the beginning. I wish somebody would have come out and busted her ass out on that in the beginning. Let's get it out of the way. You want to bust people out? Let's get it out of the way. Because that said everything I need to know about how Katie treats other people and especially people who are looking for her son, you know. And it says a lot the way that people treat other people because if they're doing that, out and about in the public, think about how they are behind closed doors. Sorry, I meant the parents of socks he didn't know where they were are. Oh, are they laying low? Oh, I see what you mean, Sam. Well, they didn't show up to the cemetery. Seth did, right? And they live right around the corner, so they could have came over and made sure that Sebastian wasn't there. But it just solidifies more to me that they know where he is, so they're not looking for him. That's what the late great Peter Hyatt said. In my opinion, KP and CP would tell him too damn bad that it's cold. You have to take a shower before school if you want the bed. Yeah, I can see that too. KJ, or excuse me, Kai J's True Crime Campfire. I can see that. Yeah. Yeah, it's too bad they didn't have. I mean, they took information off of Life 360, but Life 360 can be manipulated. So I don't look at that as a reliable source. Sammy says, I feel strongly that Nancy Grace spoke to LE and was given questions. LE has video of lights being taken down. CP reports Polly everything. Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think they've been watching everything. I know that they don't speak on it, but I believe that they're watching. If they're not, then they're not doing their job, in my opinion. I know that we're boring to law enforcement. Some of them are like, oh, these pesky YouTubers. But at the end of the day, people feel comfortable coming on and talking. And if you're looking for your missing loved one, you're going to do that, right? You just are. So, yeah, Peter Hyatt was the best, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And Sam, maybe they wanted him to be able to ride with the other kids. I mean, I can kind of see that, but I know what you're saying. Um, you know, again, I don't know if Katie typically gets ready in the morning with him. They have, I want to say their house has 3 bathrooms. So, I mean, like, Sebastian kinda had his own little bathroom where he coulda got ready, so Katie coulda got ready. Maybe she wakes up, I mean, I don't know, maybe she rushes in the morning. Maybe she gets up, wakes Sebastian up, hurries up, gets herself ready, and they walk out the door together. I don't know. I don't know. Detroit, I wonder the same. Why was KP so intent on getting the footage from the Texas Roadhouse? She was with SF and clearly upset and pissed about it, allegedly. That's what I've heard. I heard she started a big problem, a big problem, you know. So my dad walked me to school because he could, to be sure I was okay. Yeah, exactly, Sam. Well, a lot of stuff could happen on the way to the bus, even if it's right up the street, you know, especially in this day and age. So, um, yes, we do, Shauna, we do have to say allegedly in our opinions. You know, we don't have to, you know, it doesn't have to be every statement, but as if you're stating it as a fact, yeah, because we just don't know. You know what I mean? Um, she is not high maintenance, in my opinion. Ponytail hair not done right. No, but she puts on airs about herself, Sam, which I don't understand that either. You know, they knew that there was not a camera down the road, so they chose to eat their plan. Uh, yeah. No, I get that, you know? I mean, who knows about all the cameras in the area? That's very strange to me, and it says a lot. Does anyone know what time KP and Sebastian got home the day before on Saturday? I don't know what time, but the neighbor said that they were out Saturday and then they came back and that Sebastian was in a good mood. So, and I mean, I think that Chris's family had to have been involved to a certain extent, unless it was perhaps the characters at the Texas Roadhouse. Um, because there was the green hoodie, right, at Texas Roadhouse, as well as the yellow jacket guy that made contact with Katie. Katie was also looking around when the yellow jacket was in the restaurant, you know. Yeah, he knows where all the cameras are, how many of them, how many cameras, and if they work or not. You know, it's a huge red flag, Sam, and he tells on himself is the worst part. He told us that. Otherwise, we would never know it, would we? His words, not mine. Don't come for me. See which routes she doesn't take too. Yeah. Yeah. They'd be able I mean, I think that law enforcement has all that information. I could be wrong. So, she did say that, Kai J. She did say that on Chronicles of Olivia. Katie said, "We just try not to go down that road." Yeah, yeah, but she doesn't mind going down the road of Sebastian walked off. So, see, and I've never seen that reported, Shauna. That Katie arrived home at 9:10. I've never seen that reported. So that would probably be an allegedly, in my opinion, thing. I mean, unless you have proof of it. which I mean, I would think that people would have somebody has proof. The person that lives across, I'm not even going to say somebody, I mean, please don't stalk or harass this person, but the person that lived across the street had a Ring doorbell camera, right? And they could see Chris and Katie's house from across the street. So, somebody has footage of them, of her at least coming home and pulling into the driveway, you know? So, Dog said in here to us that he has more footage he was going to release. Whatever happened to that? I don't know. I do not know. Detroit, and I will tell you this, I think that that might have been Nick the Hat and not Dog the Bounty Hunter, because I don't think that Dog runs his own page, right? So I just, again, without, you know, without the proper details, we just won't know. I mean, they did release like the still photos from the bowling alley, but that was all they released. So I know I wish they would at least let us know excuse me, um when they left the Strike and Spare, right? They go to the Strike and Spare, they realize they can't go bowling. And then what? Because we know what time they arrived at the Texas Roadhouse, but if they were figuring on going bowling, they would have left in time to play, bowling. But since they didn't, what did they do? So I guess they allegedly played some games, but we have no proof of that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to do at Strike and Spare. It's a great big, um, like indoor fun park. So CB was definitely involved, in my opinion, says Anna. The amount of weight she has lost and how rough she looked at the court tells me she is dealing with guilty conscience and is scared shitless, in my opinion. Yeah, I think so. I think so too. No, you're fine, Shauna. I'm just wondering where that was reported because I've never seen that reported before. MST says, I wonder if they could tell the last time Sebastian used his phone that night. I don't even know that he had access to it, to his phone. It doesn't appear that way. Supposedly it was plugged in on the counter. Well, they said it was plugged. Seth said it was plugged into the counter, and then whenever the FBI TBI put their statement out, they said it was on the kitchen table with Sebastian's billfold. So, well, yeah, Janet, it's just always, it has always been drilled into our heads since we're little, right? Something bad happens, it's an emergency, which if you can't find your child in their bed and they're supposed to be there, I would imagine if you look around your house, that's an emergency. But instead they called somewhere else, you know. So I'm asking about the day before because KP would have the knowledge to mess with the audio in her car for the day before to make it look like it was Sunday night. And she does, yeah, I get it because she works for Brinks, Sally. Yeah. I mean, I think that any of that can be manipulated. I really do. Sammy says, Lady Freedom, what I think is like the bombshell no one talks about anymore. It was dark at 6 a.m. Allegedly, Sebastian's bedroom light did not come on that morning. Oh, I don't know that I've heard of that, Sammy, either. So if it was still dark, which I would think it would be, because of course daylight savings time, right? And if she didn't turn on his bedroom light, I mean, you would think that if it was still very dark, you would think that all the lights in the house would be popped on, room to room, right? Because she's looking for him room to room. So yeah, that's interesting. Where on the FBI website, Shauna? I've never ever seen that. And I drop Sebastian's link every single night. I actually haven't done it tonight, but here's his link for the FBI website. And it doesn't say anything about that. As a matter of fact, all it says is that the FBI is offering a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to the whereabouts of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who was last seen on February 25th in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville, Tennessee. And then it gives his stats. Remarks are Rogers has ties to Clarksville, Tennessee, because that's where his father lives. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was last seen February 25th, 2024, in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville, Tennessee. He was wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and black square framed glasses. Sebastian has medical conditions, including autism, that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. If you want to submit a tip, if you have any information concerning the whereabouts of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, please contact the Sumner County Sheriff's Office at 615-451-3838 or the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations at 1-800-TBI-FIND, and then you can send tips to tbi@tbi.tn.gov. You may also contact your local FBI office, the nearest American embassy or consulate, or you can submit a tip online at tips.fbi.gov. Their field office is located in Nashville. And then you can also click the link to submit an anonymous tip online. But babe, it does not say anything whatsoever about Katie making it home at 9:10 or whatever. And here's that link if you guys want to check it. I'm sure CP said his phone was on lockdown in earlier days. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. And he said, when I say we lock it down, we lock it down, you know? So yeah, they said they were going to release that footage from Strike and Spare. So yeah. And that's where you can get his official flyer too. Thanks, Sammy. I did get a little excerpt from the neighbor. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, she absolutely worked for Brinks at that time. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. She didn't want to tell us that, right? Liberty. She wanted us to think she was studying for business. Okay, but her ass was working for Brinks, in my opinion. You know, so I don't think you could post a link in the comments, Shauna, but you can email it to me and I could read it. Hold on, let me get my email up. Okie dokie. Yeah, so thank you. Thanks, Detroit. Yeah, and all you gotta do, it's just my channel name with no apostrophe. So yeah, but she really did. She didn't want us to know that she worked for Brinks, because how ridiculous is that? That you have no cameras, you know, that you don't have any cameras. But I do know that the neighbors were talking with people and doing some interviews, right? Like there was one on Brooks's channel. I know that was said that that wasn't really their neighbor, and then it was back and forth and la di da, you know. The neighbor's camera saw when KP got home, Shauna. It's like 6:30 something on Sunday. Yeah, I heard it was a little bit after that because I mean, well, it would have to be because they they left the Texas Roadhouse, excuse me, at 6:25. 6:25 the Texas Roadhouse. And so guys, I'll tell you, it took me like 10 minutes both times to drive from point A to point B. Um, so I thought it was closer to 7, but that would still be a half hour, 35 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I mean, that's still too much time to take to get them there if they did get it home at 7. But then again, I thought we heard that the trash was taken out at 7. No, I don't know where people are getting that from, Liberty. I really don't. And I will, like, yeah, I want to see it. I'm not saying it's not true. I just don't know because Shauna's not the only one that said that. Someone else was like pushing that, it took them 40 minutes to get home. And in that case, I would think the silver bracelets would be on because where were you? Right? Where were you? It does not take no 30 minutes to get home from the Texas Roadhouse, from their house to the Texas Roadhouse or back, or none of it. I mean, maybe if there was a bad accident or bad weather, sure, but the weather was not like that. As a matter of fact, it was pretty dry out until about the third day when it started raining. And they were worried, right? And they were being asked, is that going to affect your search and everything? And Ken Widener was like, not really, but we're worried because, this young man's out there. We want to make sure he's not in the cold, you know? Yeah, I don't see the link at all. So, and that's why we say allegedly in our opinions, guys, because we're all entitled to have a different opinion. Absolutely. I don't know, Liberty. I've been looking around. I was looking around for it when it started with the 40 minutes. I was like, wait, you know. And also, Chris and Katie get up there and talk on panels all the time. I don't know every single thing they're doing. I don't, care to know. Those two are two little misfits that I don't like dealing with. While I definitely think there's some confusion about the foyer that came out that said arrived home at 8. Which one though? What is this? I have no idea. No proof. We got to get proof, guys. We need a No, Sumner County is not. Who is saying that? Is that fucking Rich? I swear to God, if that's fucking Rich and Ruby, and I'm not upset with you, Sammy, so I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. But if that motherfucker is doing that shit again, do not listen to him. Guys, you cannot FOIA any information out of Sumner County, period. Unless you live there. Rich lives in Texas, for one. He doxed himself, just so everybody knows. But just in case people forgot, he lives in Texas. You have to live in Sumner County in order to get those records. And to the best of my knowledge, that was not leaked out. And to the best of my knowledge, you cannot get information on this case because it's an open and active investigation. So if you guys are seeing that shit, I don't think it's true either, Bo. But if that stuff's coming out and people are saying they got inside information, please double check your source. Don't. I mean, this is the problem with that stupidity. I'm sure you could check to see if CP had his journeyman's license if he was a certified electrician. I mean, I think that he did some of that in the Navy, but I don't think he is an electrician. Yeah, he's a crane operator. But didn't he do something in Liberty? Wasn't he in the Navy doing some stuff with electricity or something? I thought maybe I'm wrong. The light footage is useless if we don't have a description of the cars or people in the cemetery. I agree, MST. We don't even know that they're the same cars from the cemetery, and that was one thing that I kind of wanted to, you know, correct as well. We cannot see the cars in the cemetery, so we don't know if both nights in a row it was the same vehicle or not. I mean, we could speculate, but yeah, and that's the last thing we need is misinformation, Bo. You're so right. You know, I know. It's ridiculous. You know, it's Joe language. Well, hey, the thing is there's been enough crap in Sebastian's case. We don't need any more. We do not need any more. And look, we all do our research, and that's a good thing. Yeah, I still haven't gotten an email. I mean, you gotta if you got it at your fingertips and you put it in the chat, then send it to my email. But come on. Maybe in the Navy. I was thinking he did something. He worked under KP. That's a fact. No, I'm just kidding. Allegedly, in my opinion. Oh, no, I think she was higher ranking, is from my understanding. I will say that. They just don't hire anyone to work on a site without being certified. Okay, so my son in law has to show his credentials for every job. He has extensive schooling in many fields and has to be cleared. Okay. And he very well could have that background. I know Katie's got the communications background as far as I know. Yeah, KP said they were going to be home in 15 minutes and Sebastian put the trash out so we know what time that was. Yeah, I mean, and if they left at like 6:25, I would imagine they would be home about 6:45 at the latest. Excuse me, 6:50 at the latest, 7. I mean, but still that's still too much time because it's a very straight shot. The quickest route is, you know. Yeah, Bo, and I mean, it bothers me too because we have enough, um, we have enough misinformation, you know? I said the F word twice. Well, because Bo, it makes me wonder if it's Rich and Ruby, and he does not have inside information, guys. He doesn't, excuse me, know anybody from the field office. He does not. They're not going to give that creepy mother crapper asshole nothing. Nobody's going to give him inside information. Why? So he can blab it to everybody? Come on. Yeah, I'm thinking communications Liberty thinks. I'm pretty sure that's it. You know, no, I don't think that's true at all. I really don't, because 'cause I've never heard that, but I was thinking maybe when he was in the, Navy, um yeah, he's a tower crane operator. There's no electricity involved there. He's operating those great big cranes. They're great big. Then KP said that Sebastian was eating his favorite meal at the Texas Roadhouse, salmon, but he was eating something else. It's hard to see what he was eating. In MST, I did notice that, like, after they released more footage, it does appear that Katie was eating a steak, right? But, like, why would you take Sebastian to a steakhouse when he doesn't like red meat? And they've said that over and over and over again. But at least it made me feel a little bit better when I saw Katie eating a steak. Because I was like, okay, well, then at least maybe she wanted a steak. And then Sebastian, but it definitely didn't look like that. I think maybe it was salmon salad, which they do have salmon salad there. And when we went there, one of the ladies ordered it, you know. So, and I ordered the first time I went there, I ordered a chicken Caesar salad. And it came in a great big bowl like the one he was eating on. So, and then apparently Katie took the picture of Sebastian according to Chris, saying that it was being sent to him because Sebastian ate salad dressing and he never does. I don't know. It seems like they all moved around a lot, you know? So no, and honestly, it's not from the FBI website because I'm pretty familiar with the FBI website, what they've put out and all of that, you know? So, and I do not believe that Sebastian's in the cemetery. I do not believe that the cemetery is related to Sebastian's case. I don't. I do not. Right? No, and it's not from the website, you know? So, hello, Chow. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Happy Friday. Aw. Yeah, I always sing the preamble when I see it. Thanks to Schoolhouse Rock. Yes, what a great way to remember, too, huh? So I think Katie was lying and rhyming there. While whoever has Sebastian Animal says, I don't believe planned on supporting them indefinitely or supporting him indefinitely. Yeah, I mean, I wonder. It makes me wonder. No, and I appreciate though because it's frustrating enough. It's frustrating enough getting Sebastian's story right because there's so many details we just don't know. But to come in and start, spreading things around and then I mean, I kind of take offense to that when you come in here and you're telling me that you're going to drop something in the chat, which you don't have a wrench, to do, but then also that you're going to email me and then don't email me. That's an issue. And I refreshed my Lady Freedom's email and it is not budging. Yeah, I know. No, I know. You're right. You're definitely right, Detroit. No, and don't be sorry at all. Yeah, exactly. Causes issues. And that's what causes a circus is that right there. You know, um misinformation, right? Well, it's on the FBI website. I don't see it. I see Sebastian's. Here, I'll share it with you guys. Can't hurt to share it. But this is the one that I always drop, the link for. See, I have it ready. Just copy that bad boy and paste it down in here. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hold on. I forgot I have an overlay. Let me go ahead and click that off of there. And we'll click back onto Sebastian. There we go. But yeah, so we got this website. I just go over here. I copy this, right? This is the official flyer. And then I could put it in the chat. Yeah, see? And then if we look, whoopsie daisy. If we look, we just see Sebastian, and he is on the most wanted list, right? Oh my goodness. But there's all of these different ones. 10 most wanted fugitives, fugitive terrorism, kidnappings, parental kidnapping, seeking info, right? More. But this is his official flyer right here. And I think you could click on each picture. Oh no, that's just Adobe. Sorry. You can't click on the pictures. View poster. If you view it, it opens up in a whole new window. So you guys can't see that. But then these are all the pictures. Oh, here's how we get to the pictures. That's right. So there's Sebastian. Yeah, and they're cropped in, but that's got to be my favorite one. He's just so cute. He just looks like he's having the best day. And then, oh, that's how we click over. I always forget. Oh. And Spiky here, Sebastian, he's a cutie pie. But yeah, here's what I, read to you guys earlier. September 4th, 2025 was like the last time they updated it looks like. They also have searching for Stephanie Dameron as well. I don't know why they have that listed under Sebastian. That's odd. But see, this is the rest of them, right? He's blonde brown, right? Brown hazel, because his eyes do change. Um, but here's all the other details that I read earlier. And then here's a bunch of links. And this is the official the FBI website. So I don't know. There you have it, folks. It doesn't give any statements by the parents or anything, you know? So it's Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com. If you want to just click the link on my description, Shauna, it'll take you right to my email. And I do have it pulled up. Yeah, if it's not a fact, it can be used. Yeah, it can and will be used against me to try. Well, and not only that, I just always want to, make sure we're getting the right story out to people because we never know. There could be someone tonight that comes in and they wanted to listen to me talk about Devlin because, there's a lot of people that really love and care for Devlin. And, they could be listening about Sebastian for the very, very first time. So we just absolutely need to be careful that we're putting out good info, I think they do. I think they do, Animal. I really think that they're not up to par, you know? So, yeah, he was with his dad that day, Liberty. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and, I'll give her a chance to email me, Liberty, but, I mean, look, we all know this case really, really well. So it's really tough to come into a chat and, you know, say something that's kind of off the charts. It's so strange though. I don't know how they aren't embarrassing where they ate, then continuing that lifestyle. Like, couldn't Seth and Katie both get better jobs? Seth had a really well, Seth and Katie had good jobs. So does Chris. They all have good jobs, in my opinion, you know. Because that's the thing. I mean, oh, I see what you're saying, Animal. Yeah, I mean, and I just that's one thing where I don't understand Katie because sometimes you're a single mom and you're a stay at home mom and you don't have qualifications to just go out and get a job, and so Katie was in the position where she did have a job, so she could have maybe sold her house. And I mean, look, it's not easy breaking up, right? Breaking up is hard to do, but especially when you have assets together and things like that. But um it's a lot easier when you're in a financially secure position, you know. So I doubt that they got new contacts after this. Some admiral has to put his flyer name on retaining those shitheads. Joe, you're not kidding. Yeah, we just need the facts, Bo. We just need the facts. I just don't get it. Yeah, it's judgy, but Katie and people make it seem like Chris is such a come up. Yeah, I don't look at him like that. I think he's more I mean, I'm of the, persuasion, Animal, that it's like, you know, it's not worth the headache. I don't care how much that SOB makes. Bo. Yeah, well, oh, I see what you mean. They could have done nicer, yeah, nicer restaurant. So Joe. Oh my goodness. Night court. Oh, that's good. Eat at Chili's. I like Chili's. I do like Chili's. They have like a quesadilla salad there. It's really good. It's like a salad, but it also comes with a quesadilla, which I'm like, hey, here we go. Don't make the old ladies feel stupid. Aw, mama. No, you guys know. You guys know. Exactly. Thank you, Detroit. That's really well said. Nobody's accusing you, Shauna, but it's very important to have true facts and to trust your sources. Yeah, but we thank you for your input. Yeah, absolutely. And it's just we don't want to muddy the waters. It's already confusing enough, especially someone new coming into the case. Oh my gosh, you know? Let me take a look. Yeah, see, I don't have the email. I do believe CP received a medical DC just short of 20 years, allegedly. Unclear if KP is still reserve or what. I was not sure about that either, Sammy. Um, yes, quesadilla explosion. Yes, that is the salad. It's so good. It is so good. That's funny. I do like Texas Roadhouse too, but I like Longhorn better. I have to say. So, yeah, you got to, and I mean, one time we went to Chili's and it was like super busy. It was in Missouri. And oh my gosh, that was like the first time where I just wanted to leave a restaurant because we could not get like we ended up sitting in the bar area because it was so packed, and then we couldn't get the bartender to even take our order. It was like, oh my gosh. And then I was like, should we just go someplace else? Um, so I think that was the last time I was actually at a Chili's. Um, yeah, I don't know about their military situation. Thanks, Liberty, for double checking. I mean, I couldn't find it even when I was clicking onto the other links, you know? Yeah, yeah, exactly, animal. And I just think that maybe they would have went out for sushi. I don't know. Like when I take my daughter out, I'm always asking her what she wants to go eat. Like to me it doesn't matter. But it's like, oh hey, do you want to I mean she's also a big fan of sushi. You know. Oh, that sounds good too, Sammy. I'm so weird though. I'm such a creature of habit. Usually I'll get the same thing at restaurants. Especially if it's like something I really like. Like I'm not a big fan of Applebee's, but if I go there, it's wonton tacos and people are like, you just gonna have an appetizer for your dinner? And I'm like, yeah, they give you like, like I guess it's like 5 of those little taco things. It's plenty. But yeah. Well, I think a lot of, I think a lot of it comes down to just the turmoil that was in the house, with all those CPS reports, animal, I think that was a big one. Oh, Detroit says my mom loves Chili's. We would sneak off and get food and a margarita without the kids. Yes, exactly. It's a really relaxed environment. The cool thing about Chili's is they always do like the is it Make a Wish? And then you can donate to it and you write your name on there. Or it's some charity, but it's nice, you just give a couple bucks. And yeah, I do too, Liberty. They have like the best Brussels sprouts. That's another thing too. They always said how much Sebastian loved Brussels sprouts. So I'm like, if you were at least gonna go to a steakhouse, wouldn't you bring them there? Because they have like the best Brussels sprouts. They're like honey butter Brussels sprouts. They're so good. CPS in Tennessee, I've never heard other creators point that out. Yeah, yeah, there was apparently CPS reports prior to Sebastian disappearing, and then there was one also that was created because he went missing. So, yeah, better food. Yeah, a little bit more expensive, I think. Um, but I do like the Texas Roadhouse. Their rolls are so good. Um, and I would go back for seconds too. I really would. So, I heard that Faye, allegedly CP's relative is working for the CPS office. Yeah. I know, Bo, exactly. Making us hungry talking about all this steak and Brussels sprouts and sushi, and some officer can sign off on any piece of shit paperwork and make it so. I get it. I get it, Joe. I agree. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Texas Roadhouse was Chris's favorite. Chris's favorite. Yep. Oh yeah. So they always had to go there. And I think it was too about like, oh, eat a steak, be a man, that kind of things. I hate to say it, but Chris just comes off like that. He just does. Oh gosh, chicken livers. Oh my goodness, that's funny. I know. If that's true, oh my gosh, right? Just keeps getting better, doesn't it? Just keeps getting better. He is a big baby. He is. Yeah. Yeah. I think Sebastian probably would have liked the crab. I don't know. I'm guessing he would. Crab's kind of fun too because you got to kind of fish for it. It's like but he did seem to like fish, like, um pate. He probably would have liked ceviche too. So, he does look like he looks and acts like a big old baby. Oh, yeah. Well, and they do give you a second chance, Joe. They do try to. They do. Hello, KJ Mac. Good to see you. Late to court. Oh my gosh, I did the same thing. I didn't set my alarm today, and I was like, oh boy, here we go. Here we go. Well, I wanted to give Shauna a chance to send me that email, but I'll definitely share it, whatever she sends out. Um, yes, the dogs love the chicken livers, right? Do y'all have any opinions on Sebastian Roblox account rumors? I don't think that that was a valid account. I think it might have been a troll account, is what I'm thinking, Animal. That's my thoughts anyway. And I do think it was more of a rumor. I think they try to make Seth look bad every chance they get, which is unfortunate, you know. Um, it's very unfortunate because I just don't think it's true. Um, I don't think that, Seth is well, and because I've met Seth, so I know how he is and how he isn't. I mean, so I can kind of vouch for that. Um, so, ah, thanks, animal. Yeah, well, I mean, my mom used to like the liver and onions, and she's like, "It's so healthy for you." I'm like, "I don't want to eat liver and onions," but sometimes that stuff's a delicacy. It just depends. Um, and you just never know until you try stuff, and that's one thing that is good about when kids are growing up is letting them try stuff and see if they like it. Now if they don't shame them for it, but now they don't like it. So, yeah, I'll tell you, Seth's a really good dad. He has really not stopped looking for Sebastian. And to me, that means everything. That's all I can really ask for the families. I'm willing to tell the story, but you guys got to be willing to, reach out to people. Well, Janet, with the cemetery, I was thinking it could be a handoff or, like a drop off. Like, I see what you're saying. But I just don't know who would stick around for 20 minutes. Like if I did something, I'd be out of there quick, fast, and in a hurry, and I wouldn't be going back. So I don't know what they did for however long. So yeah. Tennessee is beautiful. I had a good time when I was there, and Really, Detroit? She says liver and onions. It was my mom's favorite too. Oh my goodness. Had to leave the house because I hated the smell. That was me too. And she'd always laugh at me. She'd be like, you want some liver and onions? And I'm like, no. And she's like, well, it's healthy for you. And I'm like, I don't see how. Good morning, Army Vet. Thanks for being here. That's too funny. Yeah, he was jamming out, right, Animal? Yeah. He reminded me the invasion of Panama. Yeah, and I just really would hope that this might show everybody, Bo, that we need to be there to support Sebastian, right? It's been too long. There's a lot of information that could be um useful in finding Sebastian, I think. Other information, not so much. And the truth always comes out. It always does, especially if we go looking for it and digging for it, because a lot of times people try to bury the truth because it doesn't suit them well. That's so funny. Oh my goodness. KJ Max says, "Oh, Detroit, my stepmom brought liver and onions into my household. That really won me over as a teen." KJ Max. That's funny. See, and she probably thought this is healthy for you. That's funny. Yeah, it was like a big thing, right? Liver and onions. So when I hear chicken livers, it always reminds me of that too, because I'm assuming it's the same thing, sorta. Um, yeah. Oh yeah, I had to try it. Like they made me try it, and I'm like, you know. Oh, Joe, no, thank you. Oh man, my mom too. That's too funny. You guys crack me up. It does, and it doesn't smell very good. Like, I'm very much into, like, if it smells good. I'm not like some people like to smell everything before they eat it. I'm not that far, but I'm just like, if it doesn't smell good, like, chicken and liver sounds grim. KG says, "Guy was struggling to accept her, and then she goes and brings that." KJ Mack, you're like, I'm trying over here. You're not helping. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they do. They do. Yeah, yeah. Pate is like a delicacy, right? Oh my goodness. Bo says I'm not hungry anymore. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I know. I don't get it either, Liberty. That's a good point. How is the liver healthy for you? The liver is the body's filter for toxins. Yeah, so you would think there would be it's toxic liver. So that's too funny. Aw. No. But certain pate, it just kind of depends. You can kind of just just depending. Ooh, yeah. Stuffed goat. Oh, that sounds so good, Faye. I love Greek food though. Oh my gosh. I just love it. Love it, love it, love it. So, well, guys, I better hop off here. So I've been working on a video and it's taken me a little bit of time to get it up, so I apologize, but I'll be able to probably get it up here in a couple of hours. So I've just gotten sidetracked here lately with some craziness. But I'm almost done. I just want to make sure that it's all good, because sometimes when I'm making the videos, if I write something in there, sometimes it won't put an apostrophe or something, and then I freak out because I'm like, you know, messed up the whole video. So I always like to double check stuff. But I think this next one will be good. It's focusing on day 3, and so I hope that you guys enjoy that. And then also we're gonna need to get our members only going too. So let me try to reach back out to Hey Jude. It's just been a crazy last couple of days. But I'm still gonna do that. Oh, thank you so much, little Miss Sharon. We just love our group here. We have the best group ever. And again, guys, I will keep you guys posted on what Shauna has to say, because maybe it's something we're just not looking for, So I know that's weird. You cannot eat raw Brussels sprouts. Kai J's True Crime Campfire. It's not good. No. Mm-mm. No, no, no. So yeah, thank you. I will, Bo. I know, I'll tell you guys. I can't help it. I'll be feeling guilty if I don't tell you guys. So but I hope, we can get some clarification on that. But I love you guys all so very, very much. And I will see you all tomorrow. We'll do another show tomorrow night. Yeah, because it's Saturday. I took a day off during the week, so I should probably be doing, you know, a show on Sunday because I don't think I'll take off, but I might. It just seems, or just depends on, how things go. But I do want to present that new video that I've been working on with you guys, and just kind of keep trucking along. Because at this point, thank you, Animal. At this point, it's really going back over things because we know more than we knew back then. And I think that's important. And I think we see new things every single time. So, thank you, Bo. Thank you so much. And thank you guys so much for caring. I really appreciate you guys that are in here all the time and, talking about Sebastian's case. You guys have like the same gusto that I want to see from law enforcement. This is what I want to see from law enforcement, really, really trying to find Sebastian. They have the facts. We just need them to try harder. Craddock, that's for you, bud. All right. I love you all. You have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you soon.